Good morning, esteemed speakers, respected faculty members, students, and distinguished guests. It's our privilege to welcome you all to a one day international workshop on inner city regeneration organized by the Master of Urban Design Program, Department of Architecture, School of Planning and Architecture, Vijayawada. We are privileged to have a distinguished panel of speakers who bring us the wealth of knowledge and experience. At this juncture, it's our honor to introduce and invite each one of them. For the day, our guest speaker, Dr. Mahesh Das, is the eighth president of Boston Architectural College with over 3 decades of academic leadership experience at various US institutions. Recognized for his visionary leadership, he has authored notable works, including Leading with Aesthetics and Towards a Robotic Architecture. He is the first person of Indian origin to be named as ACSA Distinguished Professor and received ACADIA Society Award of Excellence. He has also served on various editorial boards for key architectural journals and has been involved in research panels for government agencies worldwide. He is also known for his contributions to design computing, robotics, and AI. Sir will be joining us later in the day. And over to the next speaker.
Next, we have Dr. N. Lakshmi Tilagam, a seasoned academician with over a decade of experience, currently a professor at Kalasalingam School of Architecture, Tamil Nadu. Known for developing innovative BR curricula, creative teaching methods, and working in architectural design theory and creative thinking that focuses on fostering independent thinking, design clarity, and confidence presentation in students. She has also worked as an architect and urban designer at LNB Associates on projects like Hauji Rauthar College and Arul Anandar Shrine Campus.
We welcome the guest on stage. So, to the next speaker of the day, Ms. Nikita Madan, is an environmental planner with nearly a decade of experience in urban environmental management. As a senior environmental specialist at the National Institute of Urban Affairs, she leads initiatives such as Urban River Management Plan, the Urban Water Body Diagnostic Tool, and ecosystem based adaptation practices in Indian cities, focusing on vulnerable assessments and nature based solutions. She's also developing an integrated database for integrated urban water management, and preparing an advisory on climate finance. Her work includes building capacities for over 150 urban local bodies and contributing to the master plan for Delhi 2041. Previously, she has consulted organizations like the Delhi Development Authority and HUTCO on sustainable urban planning. Welcome you on stage, ma'am.
Lastly, we have Mr. Rasezambi Guruswamy sir, an architect with strong passion towards traditional knowledge systems in buildings and an experience of 18 years in the field. He has won an international award and 2 national awards. He is also an advisory member to state level Heritage Committee Pondicherry. He also consults to various organizations which include Intact Delhi, Vivekananda Kendra, Ramakrishna Tapovanam, ISM Mauritius, and much more. He is also an experienced architect and educator, currently chief architect at Guru Design Studio, where they lead award-winning projects in architecture and conservation. Welcome you on stage, sir.
As a part of our program, the Master of Urban Design students have undertaken an in-depth study of Pondicherry, a historic town with rich tapestry of cultural and architectural layers. This serves as a valuable case study for our discussions, offering a tangible context to explore in urban regeneration strategies. On behalf of the School of Architecture and Planning Vijayawada, I extend my heartfelt gratitude to our esteemed speakers for joining us today and sharing their expertise. Your insights and experiences will undoubtedly enrich us understanding and inspire meaningful action. With great enthusiasm, I now invite Dr. G. Karthik to set the tone for what promises to an enlightening and engaging day with a welcome speech for the workshop. Thank you, and I wish everyone a productive and inspiring workshop ahead. Sorry. I would also like to invite Dr. Srinivas Dakedi, the HOD of Architecture Department, also on stage.
Good morning, one and all. Uh, I'm actually very happy to see this workshop happening again. We started this long back in 2022. We were working on Vishakhapatnam inner core area, and we had a similar kind of workshop and brainstorming session, which had really helped our studio to progress effectively. Starting with the workshop note, today, more than half of the world's population is living in urban areas as compared to around one third in the 1950s. And it is projected that this ratio will expand to two-thirds by 2050. The rapid growth and urbanization is influencing the morphological character of cities, especially the indigenous cities, which have evolved through significant layers of history and culture. It is pertinent to understand, document, and analyze these cross cultural cities to create meaningful urban spaces. Inner city areas often face wide range of concerns that impact the overall urban environment. Inner city regeneration refers to the process of revitalization and improving core urban areas while dealing with social issues, economic decline, and cultural regeneration. This workshop will engage participants with discussions on strategies to develop, enhance connectivity, improve public spaces, and preserve the cultural heritage while considering the environmental concerns. Now, as part of our Master of Urban Design studio, first year studio, we have undertaken the study of Pondicherry in this context to further analyze the inner city issues. In fact, as outlined by United Nations, urban regeneration brings back the underutilized assets and redistributes opportunities, increasing urban prosperity and quality of life. In light of the studio, we shall discuss and implement ideas that can transform the inner city into vibrant, sustainable, and inclusive urban environment. On behalf of SPA Vijayawada, I invite you all once again to be a part of this workshop. Thank you so much.
Next, we invite. Sorry. We invite Director Professor Dr. Ramesh Srikonda sir to give an opening note.
Good morning to all. I know the moment when I have seen this particular program, it is very much essentially required for especially not only urban design students and even landscaping, conservation, and the combined, like so many programs we are having in the planning. At the planning level, what we do is we have got the integrated semester for transportation planners, environmental planners, and urban design planners. But basically, why I'm just referring to this particular one is revitalization is really a part of the urban design architecture, and as well as the planning. All three areas together they work, so they have to bring out that kind of a challenges what we normally face. It has got the traffic and transportation link. Once we come back and just to start with the master plan, in master plan level, generally we come out with the development control rules for the existing and as well as for the new development and redevelopment areas. When it comes to the zonal development plan, we detail it out the master plans to the zonal development plans. Those zonal development plans are going to put into the operation. For putting into the operation, it's going to be a one way, it looks like a project. One way, otherwise, it looks like a revitalizing that particular area in case if it is an existing. If it's a new development, of course, you have got a full freedom to have overall understanding about the kind of a thought process given to the master plan level. Taking this as an opportunity, now we have got experts to deliver several areas what I have seen. I again welcome Professor Dr. Lakshmi Telagam and Miss Nikita Madam, and as well as to the Asai Tambiji, and also like our persons who are going to contribute their knowledge to this particular workshop. I hope this is going to be one of the excellent workshop. The toughest area what you have chosen, that is Pondicherry. Understanding about the kind of a existing situation of the downtown areas, where the French colonies are specifically focused towards the Bay of Bengal. And again, that backdrop, if you look at it, there are certain like existing settlement has developed by its own. Then how that kind of transition and protecting the values what it has got, and at the same time giving the much more importance to the challenges what they are facing it. It is going to be a very good workshop. I do welcome all again all the eminent speakers. Of course, in the afternoon session we are going to have Professor Mahesh Das. He is also did a lot of work in these areas. Altogether, eminent personalities what we are going to have here, and then they are going to share their knowledge. Definitely, this workshop is going to be very much useful to everyone. I wish you all the best. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much for the insightful words, sir. So now I invite Head of the Department, Dr. Srinivas Daketi, to share a few words on the workshop.
Good morning. I won't take much time because it is time for knowledge sessions. So welcome all for one day national workshop on inner city regeneration. And thank you all the speakers. I heard that you have been helping out them even on site there when they have been to Puducherry. So thanks a lot for that and welcome once again. And I would like to thank Dr. Ramesh sir, our director, because if you see the amount of freedom he has given to us for organizing the workshops, organizing the conferences, etc., where I think you don't find in any other institutions in India. I think you can check in our website. So the number of programs which have happened for the last 1.5 year. So we have eminent speakers who have been who have been coming here offline and online sessions. So that is the amount of freedom which we had. Thanks a lot for that, sir. So this has helped all the students to get in touch with people both in academics and industry. So I think just a few days back we had one day national symposium where we had almost around 12 speakers from all over India who have been talking about architectural practice. So because a lot of people will be every batch we have a lot of students who pass out and who will be facing a lot of challenges in the field of practice. So we thought it would be a good opportunity to invite architects who are in practice and just try to have a discussion with them. So thanks a lot and have a wonderful knowledge sessions. So I'll be joining in between. And afternoon also we have one more eminent personality who will be joining. So we could catch hold of him. So we don't leave any stone unturned. So whoever comes to Vijayawada, we are trying to grab them out. So we have an MOU with even Boston Architectural College. So luckily he has accepted to be part of it. So thank you and all the best.
Thank you so much, sir. So So I'd like to inform everyone here that there's an exhibition of the sheets that have been made by the MUD first year 24-26 batch that has been exhibited in the exhibition hall in ground floor. Please find time and do check that out. And for the next event of the day, I invite Professor Dr. Lakshmi Tilagam to start with her presentation.
Oh, no, no, that the title will go. It's better it's down. Do we need to switch off that light? Good morning. Am I audible? Okay. A wonderful morning to all of you here. And it's a pleasure being here in this campus, wonderful campus. Thank you, Professor Karthik, for inviting me here. It's an absolute honor. And it's wonderful to see the batch of students we met at Pondicherry 2 months back. And it's also wonderful to see the amount of work that you have culminated in the exhibition hall. It's an amazing end to your process. So when Professor Karthik invited me for a presentation, I told him I've already spoken for 2 hours with the students. And so I didn't want to go with datas here. I didn't want to go with the conventional presentation of a technical workshop. And since we are all PG students here, I thought I'll take it on a different perspective. So My presentation here today is in two parts. And as the students so beautifully introduced me, my job is often with critical thinking. So by the time I get down out of the stage today, I should generate at least about 20-50 questions in your head. So that's my task today here. And I would love to, hear back questions at the end of the session. And also feel free to stop me anywhere and at any time. No issues, no pauses. Okay. So we are talking about inner city regeneration, Puducherry. And before we enter the critical mode, a couple of key facts. So whenever we say inner city, we always refer to a historic, district with a very strong history, a very ancient building stock, a lot of culture. But also, when we talk of inner city around the world and in India especially, we also talk about the obsolescence that goes with inner city. And we always aspire for modernization of these areas, right? Now, since all of you have been in Pondicherry, my question is that true of Pondicherry? Yes? Is the inner city of Pondicherry obsolete? Does it require modernization? It's ultra cosmopolitan, right? Okay, so my question starts with the title of your workshop today, Inner City Regeneration. I need you to start rethinking from your very title. So before we get to some of the critical aspects, are the visuals okay? Is it visible? Okay, there's something unique about the Union Territory of Pondicherry, and as you all presented in your sheets, what is unique about Pondicherry is this Union Territory is scattered, very fragmented, and it's scattered across three states. And within the the urban area of Pondicherry, within the municipality of Pondicherry, this map, you can understand if you right. Does this work? Okay. So if you see this map here, you can see how scattered the geographical area is. And this scattered, fragmented geography lends certain unique aspects to it. Okay. So, in spite of the five different municipalities and communes and panchayats, all the administrative aspects, you have to understand that this scattered, fragmented geography has a very big influence on the citizens and on government policies. So please keep this in mind, the scattered geography and the scattered administrative territories. This is going to have a huge impact on your strategization and your policy making decisions. Okay, but that doesn't matter because we are concerned with this nice little boulevard, right? That's our problem. Okay, so this nice little boulevard, the inner city that we are talking about. Okay, don't think I'm anti-colonial, but I am very pro-Indian. So this nice little boulevard is the legacy that the French left us, and for various reasons, it's a legacy that we are still carrying on, okay, with us. It's kind of the beaming light of the government of Pondicherry. And just for you to understand the scale of the urban area that you're talking about, there are totally, if you go back to the previous slide, you can see this overall area, 490 square kilometer, okay? Whereas this small little boulevard is just about 1.5 kilometer by hardly 1 kilometer across. So that small little nest that we're talking about. And there are only three wards that come within this boulevard, the 9, 10, and 20, and bits of 7 and 11. But why is this boulevard so important? It's important because of its uniqueness. The first uniqueness is the French colonial history it carries, which is very different from the British colonial history that the rest of India carries. And if you remember what we spoke about, the French were very friendly people. And that's still why we are still maintaining those friendly ties with the French government. There's a lot of French funding that comes into Pondicherry. And as residents, I'm a resident, my hometown is Pondicherry, and as residents, we are still very much French in our mindset, okay? So that is never going to get cut off from us, the French connection. But there has been a very deep Tamil culture here, which has kind of been lost or eroded during this, 200 years of the colonial past. So that is very, very important. And the next very important thing is this boulevard that you see, if you can read the urban structure and the urban morphology, it's a very rare urban structure where you have a coastline and you have the roads intersecting into the coastline. Something very similar like you see at Nariman Drive, Mumbai Drive. This doesn't happen everywhere. And it is, because of this accessibility, this porosity into the coastline, that the beach of Pondicherry is so vibrant. It's so full of people. So the urban structure of Pondicherry is one of the simple and very reasons why the boulevard and the beach are still so vibrant and dynamic. And the administrative status, the status of Union Territory. This is just to give you an understanding of the wards. This is the ward formation of the boulevard, the 9, 10, and 20 wards, which are the full wards which come within the boulevard, and just about 7 and level, bits of the ward. So this is this is what I want you to think. Pondicherry urban area has two municipalities, Pondicherry municipality and Ulgaret municipality. Okay, Pondicherry municipality on its own has 33 wards, and Ulgaret municipality on its own has 42 wards. So a total of 75 wards. But every time we talk about Pondicherry, every time there is a government scheme that comes in Pondicherry, no matter what, whether it's a current smart city or it's a previous JNNURM, BSUP, Prime Minister Awas Yojana, Rajiv Gandhi Awas Yojana, Indira Gandhi Awas Yojana, take anything. It always comes down to these three wards. I think it's time for us to stop. Okay? And the reason why I'm talking to you about is all of this data is taken from the public domain. Okay? There are very few slides which is my data, but all this is available on the public domain. And I'm sure all of you have gone through this, the smart city, projects. Out of the 22 projects in smart city that we are talking about, okay, nearly 50% is attributed to the boulevard region. And if you go through the projects, all of the projects, okay, it's going on with what is existing. We have a problem and we are going to make the problem smart. I beg my pardon. I really do not understand how we're going to do that. I warned Professor Karthik in the morning that I'm going to be very critical. So, okay, let me tell you why. One of the major, area-based developments that's going to happen in Pondicherry and the smart city is stormwater upgradation and underground sewage upgradation. The problem with Pondicherry is you have a grid iron pattern. And this 90-degree intersection is a huge problem when it comes to underground sewage. Every day there is a block that is happening in any of the junctions. I live in a colony where there are 10 streets. And within these 10 streets, this lorry, okay, this sewage suction lorry, keeps moving from the first cross to the second cross to the third cross to the fourth cross to the fifth cross. We have one lorry parked in our colony all through. That's because your sewage gets blocked. And this poster that I picked up is from the government website. The government has the audacity to post that one trip will only cost you 3,800. Give me a break. Why did you bring the underground sewage system into the picture in the first place? Initially, I had the soil waste in my own plot. So I employed lorries to suck it out. Makes sense. Now I have a street and then you want me to go and pay for that because it has to be taken out. So you cannot upgrade problems. You should understand you need to solve problems. The smart city talks about upgrading underground sewage, upgrading stormwater drainage. This is one of the projects tendered out under the smart city. In smart city, we talk about everything. solid waste management, housing, slum clearance. Okay, I don't know how it's going to become smart, but just take a look at the tender. The tender is for 96 dwelling units, okay, in 6 blocks. And the total estimated cost is 28 lakhs. If you do the math is in the calculator by the side. You are going to pay about 30,000 rupees per tenement, per household. Can you compare this with any of our quality of life living expenditures that we do nowadays? Okay, I come up and down twice to Vijayawada. My ticket costs 30,000. Let's make a comparison here. And in that, if you look at the tender, you have subworks calling for providing of L drainage network. So eventually, when we are looking at tendering processes framed by strategies and policies like this is what we get in return. We talked about the Pruit-Ego housing and 1965, the demolition, but we are still, coming up with project proposals which are nothing but blocks put up in rows, columns. And this Lambert Saravnan housing colony is one of the prestigious housing colony. It is being, rent out now, the housing board. But this is what we are going to get in return. So let's stop here, okay? And it's time for a paradigm shift. It's time for our intentions to change. It's not about, what scheme we are working on. Just because you call it smart, it doesn't become smart on its own. The method of thinking, your perspective needs to change. So in the next few slides, the next few minutes, I'm only going to be talking about 4 critical pressing issues of Pondicherry. They are the current issues and they will remain the future issues if our generation fails to solve this. And why we need to solve this? Because we are at the tip of the precipice. We are the generation which is witnessing climate change. We are the generation which created climate change. Okay? So it's high time that we took the SDGs serious. The UNESCO, the UNICEF, the WHO, UN Habitat, everybody is beating for the SDGs to come into action by 2030. But trust me, we are not even in the starting line. And that's because no matter how many schemes you have, your mode of thinking is not changing. So let me just put forth 4 critical issues. I'm sure you people have the data. So you are the data guys. I have lesser data. But in the next few minutes, I want you to interpret that data in a different perspective. So let's begin. The first pressing issue. Okay, these pressing issues are according to me. Okay, as a professional and as a local resident of the place. The first pressing issue is coastal soil erosion, the coastal line erosion. And this is not an isolated problem of Puducherry alone. This is a problem that is happening across the entire coastal belt, beginning from Orissa. But it's very, very severe and it's at a crisis level along Tamil Nadu and Puducherry. Chennai has, woken up to the warning. Chennai is very seriously started thinking about it. But Pondicherry has been facing this. This diagram that you're seeing here was presented by the National Institute of Ocean Management, Chennai. And they did a long-term study, okay? So this is showing you along the coastal line, what is the vulnerability index? What is the level of risk? And you will see that, just down your boulevard region, closer to Ariyankupam commune, okay, the people who did the Pondicherry urban level, you will know. Around the Ariyankupam commune, you have some of the very fragile ecosystem, which is to do with, mangroves, backwater, estuaries. You should know that mangroves do not grow easily. They require a very, very sensitive ecosystem. But we have wonderful mangroves, which is, growing in this region. And all that is under threat. The reason is because of the terrain of Pondicherry. The average elevation of Pondicherry in many places near Ariyankupam is at sea level. So if you can, understand, Pondicherry land, sea, both are at same. So you can understand what is happening, okay? And where you visited your beach, okay, the old boulevard. There it's at an average, mean sea level of 15 meter. But as you go upwards, if you go towards Jipmer, I don't know if you all went to Jipmer. Okay, if you go upwards, you have a lot of hillock formations. And there the elevation rises to 30 meter. Okay, so now you have this gradual slope coming down, and here you have the coastal soil erosion that is taking place. And I even asked one of the students the photograph, the old photograph. Okay, that beach wall which you are witnessing was left by the French 1735. Thanks to them, we are still continuing to build on it, and on it, with in spite of our technology and our modern equipments. This is also once again from one of the studies, the Ocean Institute study, to show what are all the interventions that are being taken, that the government is taking on. 2004 tsunami was 2006, right? Tsunami 4, right? 2004 tsunami was a major alert. It was the waking alarm for the government. So the government became very proactive. As a kid, when I was 10 years old, I remember seeing the beach in the 1970s, 80s. But the tsunami totally erased the coastline. And then the government became proactive, and by the 2010s, they created these huge groins, the sea barriers. So, artificial soil deposition started, and they had these large granite boulders which were put in to keep the shoreline intact. So these are all the reclaimed coastline that is slowly happening. Okay, the reclaimed coastline, and what are all the measures that are taking place. But the point is, okay, there are lots of studies. There are lots of research studies that are happening, especially along the coastal line. Well, the problem is these researchers, these studies are not integrated into government policies. So one very important aspect is for the government to collaborate with research networks. That is something that needs to change. No matter you can collaborate with the US government, with the UK government, it doesn't matter. But the government collaborating with intellectual think tanks, that is important because that's where you're going to have perspective shifts. So now my next slide is going to, okay. So the problem that we are facing is, as per the Ocean Institute Management report, in every 30 years, there is a erosion of 4 meter to 5 meters. So in an average, in my generation, I am losing 8 meter of coastline. Can you understand the alarming crisis that we are sitting on? And if there is no coastline, if there is no shore, there is no Pondicherry. Forget it. Okay, so this is where we are standing. But my question is, we have a 30-meter elevated land. We have 15-meter gradual sloping to zero. We are all only bothered about the coastline. What is happening at the hinterland? What is happening to the hinterland? You must have heard of this word called hinterland. The problem is because of our short-sightedness. Let me give you a parallel example. That is a satellite picture of the Chembrambakam area, the Chembrambakam lake, which is one of the main water sources for the entire CMDA, the Chennai metropolitan area. And that was built in the 11th century by the Chola dynasty. If they could build something like that, okay, to catch the surface runoff water and store it, and that is a lake that is saving Chennai in the summers. Okay, so now you need to have a larger scale perspective. As long as you're going to just keep standing with the coastline, you're never going to solve the problem. The problem is when you have monsoons, the surface runoff water flows into the channels, because you are having the Periyar River and the Jinji River, both opening into the coast. And there is a water gushing from the sea. There's a backflow. So all this creates a huge problem, and water gushes out of the canals into the urban areas. 2 months back, when there was a cloudburst, Ulgaret municipality, a lot of streets got inundated just for 2 hours. The reason is because the canals overflowed. Because you have the only thing that we are taught is you need to take surface runoff water to the ocean. Can't you take it anywhere else? Is there no other place for the surface runoff water to go? You have a huge land, and this is dry area. This is water deficit area that we are talking about, North Arcot and Vilupuram district, where you can, channelize the water and you have a huge solution for your winters, your rainy season, and your summers. So, paradigm shift. Stop looking with your small zoom and start moving out. My next, crisis, current crisis. We all would have heard this in urban planning and in urban design. Rural urban divide, right? You would have heard of this term called rural urban divide. But trust me, Pondicherry is a case where it is not a rural urban divide, but a rural urban continuum. And so, henceforth, if at all there are more money, if there's more money going to be invested in Pondicherry, please do not talk about city smartness. You need to go into integrated urban planning mode. And you need to look at regional developments. Unless or until you look at a region, you're never going to solve the urban problems. And I'll tell you why. The reason is, if you can, as I've already told you, the scattered geography and the scattered administrative, issue is creating this problem between the government of Puducherry and the government of Tamil Nadu. So no policy can actually get integrated in a continuous mode. There is continuous fragmentation. So naturally, it should be a divide, rural-urban divide. But if you look at this map, you will say, yes, it is divided. What is so big? What is so great about it? Read this map and tell me, is it a divide? If you look at the street formation, if you look at the urban structure, you will understand that it is not divided anywhere. It is a continuum. It is continuing, but your policies, your strategization, your implementation is fragmented. It's all broken. And why? Because two states cannot collaborate together. So it's high time for strategization and policy making to shift. Okay? And I'll tell you why this is important, because if you look at the population density, never, when you look at socioeconomic indicators, do not read a population alone. It gives you no sense. It's a population density that gives you the urban form, the sense of the urban form. If you look at the population density of Pondicherry, it's one of the highest in the country, way, way higher than any other place. And if you look at it along with the rural area, which is equally 1/3 high. So if you read this chart, can you read the chart? Okay, where is Pondicherry? Pondicherry is in the 6th place. And that's pan-India. That's a chart that's pan-India. There are lots of cities down, but states down, but I didn't take it. Pondicherry is higher than Karnataka and Telangana. But what is interesting for you to understand in the statistics, we call this reading between the lines, read the data. If you look at the black is the urban density and the blue is the rural density. Pondicherry is the only state where the rural is equally competing with the urban. In the other states, the urban is not even visible in many of the states. And many other places, it's very small. So what does it tell you? It tells you that the urban area of Pondicherry is so cosmopolitan and is so influencing that it is changing the aspirations of the rural people. And that is indicated in all your socioeconomic factors. The agriculture yield of Pondicherry has fallen short by 30% in the last decade. The tertiary sector of Pondicherry is 80%. The primary sector is less than 10%, in spite of having 2/3 of rural areas. So what does these indicators tell you? They are telling about the new rural aspirations, the aspirations or what the people of the rural areas are wanting for. So I think it's ridiculous to have a 100 crore scheme and to fund only 50% into 3 wards. It's high time you started re-understanding the aspirations of your citizens. And I'll give you a wonderful case example. See, when we talk of these utopian ideas, it almost seems like impossible. Ma'am, what you're talking is not possible. But yes, it's possible. It's happening around the world. Please go and do a case study of Copenhagen. Copenhagen has a similar structure, similar, fragmented structure to Pondicherry. And Copenhagen is currently in the intellectual domain for what it's created as regenerative cities. There's this whole concept called as regenerative cities. We're not talking of regeneration, regenerative cities where the ecology of the area is the prime, focus, the prime factor. Then your whole perspective shifts. Because if your environment and your ecology is not there, there is no urban area that you're talking about. Okay? So I'll not go into the details, but it's available. So you can go and do that. My third very important crisis. Uh, sorry, is it a little difficult? Is it okay? Can we proceed? I'm seeing a lot of unrest. Okay? Okay, so I'll very quickly move to the third and the fourth issue. The third important pressing issue in Pondicherry is the last mile connectivity. And once again, the same problem. The problem is because of its scattered, territory. But the beauty of Pondicherry is its location. Its strategical location is, within 1 hour, you have so many urban centers. And within 2 hours, you connect to municipal corporations. Okay, Chennai, Velur, Tiruvannamalai, Trichy, Ulundurpet, Perambalur, all these areas. So Pondicherry has a huge traffic that goes in and out every day. Okay, it's not just happening in Bangalore and Chennai. But just because Pondicherry is not in that scale, we do not see it. There's a huge amount of traffic, and that's why the buses, the interstate buses, are critical in Pondicherry. So we need to understand this. And the second very important thing for you to understand is what you're seeing here is the state and the national highway maps. Pondicherry is probably, I can bet on it, is probably the only city in India where your state highway and your national highways also become your arterial and subarterial roads of your urban area. It will not happen anywhere else. In fact, it was there, that was a picture. So that is why the government started building all these bypass roads so that you can leave the arterial road. But in Pondicherry, because of its finger-like structure, okay, its fragmentation, that is a very big difficulty. So can you think of your neighborhood road being your state highway? That's a problem. And that is why the public transport is in a pathetic state in Pondicherry. And that is evident. I'll just show you. Okay, that is evident from the data, your vehicle, statistics. In just a single year span, 2017 to 2018, the number of vehicles tripled, two-wheeler vehicles tripled in Pondicherry. Because everybody, your quality of life has improved, your average GDP has improved. So now availability is possible. So everybody now owns two-wheelers. In fact, if you look at the two-wheeler count, every one person owns 1.3 two-wheeler. That means for every 3 people, I'm having 4 two-wheelers. It's more than what I need. One person can drive only 1 two-wheeler, right? But when 3 people are driving, one is sitting idle. Okay, so this statistic, you should understand vehicle count not as just vehicles, converted into population count, into what we call as the carrying capacity. Then you understand the number of people and the number of vehicles and why do you need so many vehicles. The reason is because the public transport fails miserably in Pondicherry. And that is the reason why private transport has increased. And in fact, traffic is one of the biggest problems that Pondicherry is witnessing today. And that is because only if I own a private vehicle can I have the last mile connectivity. Last mile connectivity means if I step out of my door, I get into a vehicle, I should reach the next door of the destination, origin to destination. Now that is only possible if I have a private vehicle. Now I'll give you a similar example, okay, of Singapore. Singapore had the same problem, but 2 decades back, they came up with the target of reducing their carbon emission, lowering their carbon footprint. And the Singapore government went into very stringent measures. So owning a private vehicle in Singapore, you need to be a Tata, Birla, or Adani. So it's like that. That's the government initiative. But before they did that, they strengthened the public transport. So the MRTS and the LRTS lines are beautiful there. The people who did the transportation, I don't know if you looked at the government proposals. The government is proposing MRTS, but there's only 1 and 2 MRTS lines, which is impossible. It can never serve Pondicherry. So if you're talking of MRTS, you should understand. Okay, look at Singapore. It's not just 1 or 2 lines. It's not like you have one cross like this. You should understand the origin destination patterns, and you need to provide it from end to end. Only then it works. And it's not just the infrastructure. It's about how you manage and you project the infrastructure to the people. So Singapore has this beautiful, efficient transport hubs where the data is very beautifully put up. When I was there, I was just a visitor, but I never asked the help of a local person to move because I just had it in my fingertip. Right when you enter the airport, at your immigration itself, you have all these handouts which tell you how you need to move across the country. And you just need to, purchase one single ticket. That single ticket is valid for you on your LRTS, on your MRTS, on your bus. I don't need to keep buying for everything. So when I have a hassle-free travel, why won't I use it? Because it doesn't mean anything to travel in it. When I need to take a taxi ride, it will cost me exorbitant. Okay, I'll be wasting thousands in Indian currency, so nobody will do it. So you should understand that the connectivity is not important. How you project the connectivity to the people, that is far more important. And that is exactly what is happening in Singapore and the intermodal transit hubs. So if I get out of the LRTS, what you're seeing is a picture of the LRTS, the aerial view from the bridge. I get out of the LRTS and I can see my bus corridor and my bus stop. So I don't even have to ask anyone. I just see it and I just take the stairs and get down. And from the bus, I enter the neighborhood enclave. So what you're seeing here is the neighborhood enclave. The way Singapore has arranged its enclaves is you have a neighborhood enclave. Each neighborhood enclave has an ending LRTS, and LRTS takes you to any other neighborhood enclave. So all the neighborhood enclaves, major neighborhood enclaves are connected like this. Or if you get down from there, you can walk into the neighborhood enclave. So what you're seeing here are these covered walkways. These covered walkways run for kilometers. So you don't have to get wet or get suntanned when you're walking. So this is last mile connectivity. It's just simple infrastructure, reframing simple infrastructure. But if you can understand the urban structure, and you need to understand it has to work between residential pockets and not just along arterial roads. So if you're looking at Pondicherry, it's not possible to solve it in the existing road network. You need to create a new urban network. And unless and until the government is willing to do that, you cannot solve the public transport problem of Pondicherry. And that is not possible unless and until the government of Puducherry collaborates with government of Tamil Nadu, because this network is not within Pondicherry alone. It has to transverse along the Tamil Nadu territory. So this is the major hurdle. And this hurdle is only possible with political will. So no amount of, these kind of workshops, no amount of intellectual thinking is going to solve this. It's a political will problem. Okay, I leave with my last and fourth crisis, which is very dear to me. Asay sir, I apologize beforehand. Okay, but this is a major problem of a lot of residents, a lot of the citizens of Pondicherry, because the government, the GDP of the government, more than 30 to 40% is currently being funded or is currently being poured into by tourism. The older my generation and my father's generation never heard of something called of tourism, and the tourism department was officially inaugurated in Pondicherry in the late 1980s. And from then, we look at the tourism department as a devil's advocate, because for the government it's revenue generation, but for the citizens of Pondicherry it's a big blunder. And I'll tell you why. Because whenever there is a project, currently there is a smart city project, but at the same time there is another project which is called as Swadesh Darshan, and then there is another spiritual tourism and heritage tourism project which is all in crores, and all these crores keep going into that 3 wards that I told you about. Okay, so crores and crores of money which comes into the union territory of Pondicherry goes on and on and on into the 3 wards. So in the 1980s, if the boulevard had, granite walkways, 1990 they'll remove the granite walkway and they'll put stone walkway or brick paved walkway. Then in the 2000 they will remove that and once again they'll give polished granite walkway. But eventually it keeps getting, poured into the same area. So I think it's in if we all usually talk about area based development, right? We all know about ABD, area based development. It's high time we stop doing this and we move into issue based development. You cannot keep pumping into a same area just because it gives you money. Okay, that's not right. That is not what is called as equality. And that's the reason. As I told you about the average yield, the crop yield. Just see the graph. That will tell you how much the primary sector is hit. So now what's happened in the last 2 decades is all the workers who were there in the primary and in the secondary sector are now moving into the tertiary sector, which is basically service industries for the tourism segment. Now, how do you think a country runs like that? Who's going to produce the paddy that we all need in the next 20, 30 years? I don't know. The politicians better solve it. Okay, now let me come to another big problem that the tourism industry has created because of one of the major assets, and that is the heritage, the building heritage, the unique architectural heritage of Pondicherry. Now, the tourism department has started banking on this in the name of conservation, and it's like two devils together working in tandem. The impact, the conservation wing, and the tourism department, they feed each other. Okay, so I'll give you a classic example of what has happened. Asisa will be talking about the Asia Hubs program to you and the very good features about it. But Asisa also knows that there was a pitfall to that program. A lot of people who got benefited in the Asia Hubs program, okay, the local residents. These are pictures of my maternal grandmother's home. Okay, so this one home was also there in the Asia Hubs program. I'm not talking of a single home. All of these projects, they got benefited on the Asia Hubs program. They had a facelift, they had a lot of upgradation. 10 years down the line, they all sold the houses and left. So now there is this very unseen, neo-colonialism that is happening. The colonizers have left, but that struggle, that power struggle, that is still on. The conflict is still on. If you were a native resident, you would know what it is, and that is because of the landing, the rising land values. The French, enclave has exorbitant land values. The Tamil enclave could never fight with it. Now, with all the conservation strategies and all this, pouring of funds, now the Tamil enclave has also equally upgraded itself. And so now the Tamil enclave is also moving into the upper elite segment. And there are only two ways to do that. Either you can sell and move, take your whole loot of money, and you can live your life, or you move into the tourism segment, get commercialized, and make money out of what is happening. So this is the 2015 master plan, right? You all would have seen this when you did your documentation. This is the 2036 master plan, which the government of Pondicherry is proposing. And that blue color that you're seeing is a very risky color because it is called as mixed land use. The people who went door to door plot wise walking know that mixed land use is 70% commercial. So what happens when an entire district turns from residential into commercial? Can you imagine what is happening here? Now that is what is very popularly, called in it's called in conservation terms as dislocation, local dislocation. So in a way, you are creating forces which is forcing the local residents out of their own habitats to go into a sub quality of life. Well, I don't know what you call it, but higher quality of life, whatever. But they no longer retain their land. It's a conflict of land rights that is going to be witnessed by the Puducherry people in the next 10, 20 years. And it's going to be massive. So, and along with this tourism, This is every December, the residents have to go and hide in their homes because you cannot step out into the streets because Pondicherry is sold out to the tourist. It's a ridiculous government agenda. And all these banners, I'm telling you, they are put up by the government. It's not private put up. This is funded by the tourism department. Government of Pondicherry very, proudly puts up its logos and banners. And from 25th of December till 2nd of Jan, Pondicherry goes mad. Can you imagine if you have a floating population of 5 lakh in 2 to 3 days? Can you imagine what will happen to a city? It's ridiculous. And who's doing this? Yes, the very people who started, trying to protect the place. So I think it's time to understand what we are doing in the way of how we want to do it. It's the ultimate purpose is we need to understand that everything has what is called as a carrying capacity. Carrying capacity is the mantra of sustainable development. The scale is the most important factor of sustainable development. No matter what Elon Musk ideas you talk about, if you go beyond the carrying capacity, if you go out of the scale of the place, you can never be sustainable. It's impossible. So it's high time that we understand if there is no coast, there is no city. If there is no ecology, there is no urban area. And if both of these are not there, the local residents are going to get into a problem. What we need to understand is we need to change our urban strategies into not as GDPs and GSDPs. We need to change them into quality of life index. We need to change them into well-being index. And like Bhutan, I'll be very happy if the government of India can change it into happiness index. I think Bhutan is the only country that ever bothered about the happiness aspect of its people. So if the government of Puducherry can look at happiness index of me, I'll be very happy to do that. But that is, according to me, the four most pressing crises, the four most pressing issues. And the boxes that are connected to the arrows are, the tools, the techniques, the strategies, the methods through which you can achieve that. And without that, I as a limited professional see these four problems. Maybe when we have a bigger, collaboration, we can see bigger problems. But these are four pressing issues. And unless and until you are willing to solve imminent problems, pertinent problems at the right time, you are never going to solve anything. And without solving the current problems, there is no future for any of us. So that's the note on which I want to end my presentation on a paradigm shift. And I am happy to talk about this to students because I can talk about this here. I couldn't have done this in a political, I couldn't have done this to any government agency or other government, department. But as students, many of you will be occupying those high chairs. So when you occupy those high chairs, it's important for you to be responsible rather than be in line with the conventional thinking. Thank you all. Do we take questions now or?
If anyone has any question, probably we can take a maximum of 2 questions per session right now, because we do have a panel discussion in the end of this workshop.
Okay, think. It'll take time to think. Okay, I don't want to leave this on a negative note. Please not take it as a negative note. Look at it as a critical note. Okay, because you are entering into the strategy and proposal stage. So when you are going to give proposals, you have the liberty as students to come up with utopian ideas. Don't worry if they are, implementable now. The next speaker, ma'am is going to talk about implementation strategies. So don't worry about that. Yes, you need to worry about it, but some ideas always break barriers. The idea needs to come first. The implementation can follow. It will happen. Right? Okay. Thank you all. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am, for your wonderful presentation.
Thank you, Lakshmi ma'am, for such a great presentation on inner city regeneration. I'm sure it opened up various perspectives for all of us and new lines to think on because this is certainly not everybody talks on about. So next, I invite Nikita Madan ma'am to share her views on the topic.
Thank you so much. In fact, wonderful presentation, Professor Lakshmi. In fact, that made me think about those perspectives that we were talking about in the morning, and you've left me a very difficult stage to now stand upon. But I hope I'll be able to pick it up from where you left. She talked about a paradigm shift that we need to start thinking, and especially in relation to the government thinking and how we are taking these up in our government sector. So I'll try and touch upon a few aspects wherein we are trying to start thinking in terms of that paradigm shift. I won't say we have achieved it, but baby steps towards a newer thinking in the way we are talking about our urban planning, our urban design aspects while working with the government agencies. So before I begin, and probably it was a very heavy presentation for all of us as well. Uh, I'd like to understand from you all what all you know about the aspect of environment. So just to introduce myself as well, my name is Nikita Madan. I work as a senior environment specialist with the Water and Environment vertical. It's under the Climate Center for Cities at the National Institute of Urban Affairs. So NIUA is the think tank of Ministry of Housing and Urban Affairs. We work closely with the Namami Gange Mission, with the World Bank, with various other government organizations, with various municipal corporations and their heads to support them in environmental management aspects. And a lot of it revolves around water and river rejuvenation. So I'm also a pass out from SPF in environmental planning. So I'll bring more of a planner's perspective, and I'm happy to see that you had also touched upon that in your exercise there. Before we begin, has anyone, who all here know about Mentimeter? Just raise your hand. Has anyone heard about Mentimeter? Okay, no one. So I'll be introducing that. Probably Dr. Karthik, maybe we can use more of these newer technologies in their studies as well. So first time you'll hear someone to asking you to take out your phones in a lecture. So just bring out your phones. I'll be there just for 5 minutes. What we'll do here is I want to hear from you, but it'll be very difficult to hear from each one of you. So you'll be giving me your answers on your phone, and I'll be seeing them here. Either scan this code and open, or in your browser type www.menti.com. We're all advanced students. We have a phone. We need to use newer technology now. menti.com, and use the code 15337244. It's given on the top, or else you can quickly scan the code. Give me a thumbs up or a thumbs down, whatever, so that I can see. Okay, can someone help me move? Okay, you can see, right? The responses are coming. Can we move this a little on the top? Or somewhere? No? Okay, that's okay. So we are having these. We have 24 people who have responded so far. I'll give like 20 seconds more for everyone to join. Everyone got a hang of it? Everyone's phone's logged in. Anyone has a query, like ask your neighbor. 30 responses. Okay, I'll move ahead. So, how are you feeling today? Just to understand. What is your mood? Tired, exhausted, happy, bored? Happy. I'm also happy today to see you people. Great, good. Exhausted and stressed. I would love to know who that was, but this is anonymous, guys. Emotionally drained. My God, we need to talk about this later. Exhausted and nervous. We have the bigger ones as happy and good. So by far the majority is saying happy and good. I'm happy to hear that. A little more, okay. Tensed. Oh my God. Tensed, always sleepy. I'm of the same category, always sleepy, especially with those long lectures that we get. Okay, that was just to like get you guys to wake up. But coming to the environment aspect that I am here to cover about, In your opinion, what are the biggest environmental challenges in inner city areas? So you have worked in Pondicherry, you know about cities. You have done an extensive study about environment in your research as well. What are the biggest challenges? Water management. I've been extensively working on it, and it's, trust me, it's a very difficult subject to deal with. Climate change, now more and more it's getting difficult, especially in Puducherry. We've been seeing heat waves, heat stress, and all. So that's happening. Pollution, parking, okay. Seamless integration. We are picking from the earlier lecture also. Air quality, yes, Delhi is choking with air quality. So I'm loving coming here to meet you guys because I'm leaving the pollution back at home. Okay, urban heat. I'll wait for just another moment. There are 20 responses. Sewage management, stormwater management, urban heat island, absolutely all of these things are the things that we need to start thinking about when talking about urban regeneration or inner city regeneration or urban planning or urban development. We need to start by thinking about each and every one of these subjects and how we are mainstreaming the management of these ideas while we are planning or designing for our cities. I'll move to the next one and focusing on your study area. Based on your learnings from Puducherry, what were the biggest environmental challenges in Puducherry? Because you've all seen the city now in and out, you've done an extensive research. What were the key outcomes? Soil erosion, yes, I learned about it from the previous presentation as well. So I've never been to Puducherry, and I would probably not be talking about Puducherry. I'll be learning more from you about Puducherry and sharing my experiences with you. Coastal degradation, lack of green open spaces. This is not just Puducherry, but many Indian cities. In fact, many of the smaller colonies and dense colonies, this is one of the most critical aspects when you go and talk to people. Chaos caused by tourism, water pollution, drainage, connectivity, pollution due to traffic, drainage. So we are having almost all the challenges that we are facing in Puducherry as well. Based on your answers, I understand that Puducherry is just another city facing all the environmental challenges. And we'll see some examples of how we can try and deal with these situations. I'll move on to the next one. Describe in one word your environmental vision for your city. So now start thinking about your urban design or your urban planning aspect from the environmental perspective. If you have to start your thinking from the environmental perspective, in one word, what will be your vision? Probably my vision would be management of the environment, maybe management, or you are already talking about resilient, retrospect, revitalization. Okay, only green. I love that. Basic but simple, but most important. Comfort, sustainable growth. We saw the SDGs that we are lacking on. So we need to start talking about these aspects. So when we are starting thinking about urban planning or urban design concepts or even our architectural projects, we need to have a larger, broader vision of all these vision elements and we need to mainstream them into our concepts. We can't bring them at the end just for the sake of setting a vision, but all these need to be mainstream. And here I was looking at the work that you guys did. Honestly, amazing work. I'm so happy to see the work, the kind of extensive study you've done. A lot of background research on environmental aspects. I was seeing you've covered all aspects of it. But unfortunately, one thing that I was feeling was missing was how much of that extensive environmental research was taken down to the final designing of it. Towards the end of the designing, did we forget all the environmental analysis that we did? Is our design having these terms, any of these terms, as the core focus? Can our design focus on these things? So I'll show you example of how we tried to do this. So master plans that we developed, the master plan we developed for Delhi, our vision started with thinking about the vision for environment. For the first time, the new draft master plan for Delhi started with the environment as the first chapter. As planners, we usually think about shelter, housing, transportation first. But for the first time, what we did was put environment in the focus and then develop a strategy for the city. And I'll show you how we did that. The same needs to be applied to all our aspects. So I would want after this session for you all to think that could we have mainstreamed these aspects into our design in a more efficient way? Can we now rework on our ideas and have some of these elements integrated? One of the last questions here. Analyze these environment management actions, and these are very generic. I asked ChatGPT to give me some environment management actions, but I would like you to start thinking, analyze them as per your understanding, how much important they are, and what sort of an effort it requires. So for each one, you can just scroll the bar and give your answers and submit. This will take like a minute, so I'll pause for a minute. But which of these aspects do you think are very important, less important, which require a lot of effort by in terms of your planning, your conceptualization, your designing? You can also skip some if you would want to, but so we are talking about energy efficient buildings, green roofs and walls, flood management, urban forests and tree planting, adaptive reuse of buildings. I saw this in your presentation in one of the posters. You're talking about this. Ecological connectivity, pedestrian and cyclist friendly environment, rainwater harvesting, community participation. So there's no right or wrong answer here. It's just that for your particular city, which elements are how important and what kind of an effort it requires while planning and design. And I'll move to the last one before I proceed with my session, just to get an idea and understanding from you. What is your expectation from this session? It's an open thought, like I'll try and capture, or else we'll try and capture it through the session. But what is your expectation? What do you want to learn here today? Or maybe you don't want to learn anything. Okay, on ecology solutions, be heard. We will hear you, whosoever that is. Be heard wala person, last my question pooch lena. Escape, okay. I love that. We'll all escape after the session though. Solutions, not sure. Okay, that's also like you can't be sure before the session about what you would gain from it. Understanding urban fabric, something new definitely. So everyone, in fact all of you, each one of you is getting a newer perspective, so we would love to hear from you as well to learn more. Alternatives, etc., etc., etc. So just wanted to understand you guys more, just wanted to let you know what we'll be talking about in this session. But now we can begin with the core part of like the presentation. I'll escape and exit this one. You can leave your phones aside and we can move to the presentation. Where is the presentation? No, this is not mine. Just 1 second. I guess we're setting it up. Yeah, I see it. Perfect. So we were just talking about environment management, and I'll try to capture certain aspects of environment management that we have tried to address or we have tried to do in our work so far. I picked this up from your cover note, and Dr. Karthik also mentioned this earlier. Inner city regeneration refers to the process of revitalization and improving core urban areas while dealing with social issues, economic decline, and cultural degeneration. So, we are talking about vibrant, sustainable, and inclusive urban environment. I'll try to see how we can address those. But why is there a need at all for environment management? And a lot of those issues you've already pointed out. I'm bringing out a general perspective that we are seeing these situations of flooding in both small town, medium town cities. Many of the cities that we are working with are facing these. There is a drastic situation about air pollution. One of you pointed that out in the challenges, that environmental challenges that the cities are facing. I'm coming from Delhi. Delhi is all choked right now. Even Kerala, Puducherry recorded the worst climate shift index. So there's a lot of heat stress happening in cities like Puducherry because of the climate change, and the impacts are growing and growing every day. We need to start thinking afresh. Viewing inner city regeneration through an environmental lens fosters harmonious coexistence between urbanization and nature while creating thriving, resilient communities. So we need to create a balance between urbanization and protecting the nature. And we'll see how can we do that? How can we attempt to do that? These are some broad ideas that I just pointed out. I was just typing in the end what all ideas came to my mind, but I'll give you some examples. We can talk about sustainable urban design and infrastructure by having eco friendly design principles. Conservation and restoration of green spaces wherein we are having accessible green spaces. In your design there, in your entire model, there was this great park, the huge park. But unfortunately, it felt like it's just an element lying there in the corner with no excitement there. It was just a part of the design, but there was no focus on that. How do we make that a more lively space? How do we make sure that that becomes the focus of your planning? It did not have any interaction with the design around. So can we start thinking about these green spaces as more lively, accessible spaces, because they're very crucial for us? Mainstreaming climate mitigation and adaptation through resilience initiatives. Brownfield site reclamation, like we can have adaptive reuse of buildings that you have touched upon. Management of environment in terms of water management, waste management, biodiversity and ecological connectivity. We have these great greens and blues in your site. Can we think about interlinking those greens and blues within the area? Can we think about did we think about the biodiversity? You did a study on the biodiversity in your initial sheets, I saw. But is that somewhere captured in the final design? Are we thinking about the biodiversity that is there in the final design? That is something we can bring out strongly. Community well-being and social sustainability. At the end of the day, environment is for the people. These environmental infrastructure are for the people. So human-centric design and awareness, community participation. How can you as members of the community contribute to this? So I'll give an example from the draft master plan for Delhi 2041. I was telling you about how we mainstreamed environment sensitive planning in the city of Delhi, and environment was the core focus while planning for this city. So the primary environment challenges in Delhi, many of you must have heard about them. There are the Yamuna floodplains. Yamuna is one of the most important and most polluted features of Delhi. In fact, Yamuna's total river length, only 2% of it falls within the city of Delhi, whereas it contributes to approximately 70 to 80% of the pollution load. So only a 2% stretch is contributing to the entire river's 80% pollution load. So you can understand the kind of situation. Every year we see froth that is happening there. A lot of urbanization is happening on the floodplains. Pollution level in Yamuna, drains, water bodies is increasing. Depleting green cover that we are facing. One of you said about the lack of open spaces. Delhi is also facing that now. In fact, Delhi is one of the greener cities, but then we are still having those green covers being absorbed by development. Groundwater depletion that most of our Indian cities are also facing. We are having a decline in groundwater level every year. Degrading water bodies and wetlands, both in terms of quality and quantity. weak connect of people with the river. Because it's so polluted, we do not want to go there and sit anymore. We've turned our back towards all the water bodies, all the rivers. Many Indian cities are facing it, and many more challenges that you must have heard. What we have done, I'll start with the broader vision of planning, and then we'll come to some projects as well. We are trying to bring Yamuna back to the forefront of our design. That is one level of approach. The other approach is about integrating these elements within the planning. So we are talking about managing the water demand. How do you reduce the demand of water of the citizens? We require 135 LPCD per capita. That's how we usually do the calculations. But can we reduce that demand of people? Treated used water. So we are talking about recycling and reuse of treated water, minimizing the potable water demand, rejuvenation of water bodies, blue green infrastructure. So, talking about these blue and green linkages throughout the city, throughout the area, groundwater recharge, solid waste management. A lot of it is applicable to the smaller scale, to the urban area, dense population area that you are also talking about. So, are we starting with this vision, this thinking, these approaches when we are approaching at the urban design for the area? Then this is a map for the city of Delhi, and the one in green and blue is the river Yamuna and its floodplains area. So what we have done is a floodplain management plan. So we've proposed in the master plan a comprehensive Yamuna development plan with a delineation of the floodplains, a separate use zone. So, in your land use plan, I saw this land use color as green or the canal blue color. But do you have anything for the protection areas? Any other designated use for the protection area? Is it a common water body, or do you have a designated use zone, use premises for those areas? How do you protect your canals, your biodiversity park, your green area? So all of those thinking begin at the planning stage, and then you integrate it within your design as well. We are also talking about long 75 to 100-meter wide greenways along this river. So along the embankments, we are trying to have spaces wherein people can come and walk along the river areas. Wide range of activities that are permissible and also prohibited. So what kind of activities are prohibited? Did you think about what kind of activities would be prohibited in your canal front area, canal zone area, or maybe the green spaces that we are talking about? You have a very protected ecosystem within your boundaries. So did we think about these aspects, and can we actually integrate it within our concept? And also a riparian buffer. So we have this plantation going along 300-meter wide plantation along the river. So wherever there is area, wherever it is possible to have a plantation along the river to protect that entire ecosystem. More policies and regulations. So I said we brought this concept of water and environment to the focus. How did we do that? So for the first time in any master plan, water was taken as an approach to decide the FAR. Anyone knows what FAR is? Hey? Okay, we all are aware of. So usually for a city development, the FAR is pre-decided. You fix an FAR. As per the inner city norms, these are the additional areas that were being planned, the land pooling areas that are being marked, which had to have an FAR of 4. However, we did not have enough resources to provide water for this much population. So we did a calculation as to within FAR of 4, how many people will come to live in this area. Because we did not have enough resources to feed them, enough water to feed them, we reduced the FAR to 2. It was a fight, it was a struggle with the Delhi Development Authority, with the Lieutenant Governor of Delhi to get this approved. but we managed to do that. So for the first time, any master plan had water in its center to define the FAR. You can understand how much loss of economic value is happening here. But we did bring about that change. So we have done these smaller elements wherein we are trying to mainstream the environmental concerns in the planning, in the design of the area. Another thing that we did was green development area policy. So for this entire external patch that is there, this is a green belt for Delhi because it was coming under land pooling and a lot of development was planned to be happening. There was a restricted FAR that we proposed, allowing activities that are less water intensive. So only those activities which do not demand excess water are permitted in this area. We encourage recharge of groundwater by providing incentives to users who are doing that. So additional FAR to users who are doing groundwater recharge and increased use of treated used water. So you reuse the water that you are treating. Few more things that we added to the Delhi's master plan from an environmental perspective are appropriate tree planting. So we identified indigenous tree species that are compatible with those stretches of areas within Delhi, and those were proposed to be planted within Delhi. Special greening projects such as biodiversity parks. So you see these 6 biodiversity parks that have been marked in bright green. These were suggested in the master plan. A detailed strategy was given. I saw an amazing such area, green area in your design. I would love to see how you are bringing that to the forefront of your design, how you are mainstreaming that environment and its ecosystem within your design of the neighborhood. Green blue network. So what we tried to do is there are a lot of greens and blues flowing throughout the city. Again, a similar thing that's happening in your Pondicherry area as well. We tried to interlink those greens and blue patches. So you have this canal system that is going. You have the stormwater drains basically that are going. You have the larger greens and the smaller greens. So can you connect these habitats through smaller green or blue channels? The challenge in our design here is the limited availability of space, but wherever possible, can we promote these aspects to have a more environment focused design? And a green blue factor that we build in. So this was brought from London's example, and we could actually bring this up in the master plan for Delhi. Again, a big fight happened around bringing this as well. But what we mandated for all new projects and development was a calculation of the green blue factor. What is a green blue factor? How many green or blue elements does your building or your campus have? This includes green roof, green walls, maybe a pond area, a water body area, some unpaved surfaces. So for every square kilometer radius, the amount of built versus the soft, hard versus the soft was calculated. And for each of those, a calculation, a simple formula was suggested in the master plan, wherein for each campus, you identify the green blue factor. Based on the green blue factor, the building design gets approved. So all of these are, the master plan has still not been finalized. It's still in the draft stage, but we could submit all these final things in the final draft version to Delhi Development Authority. We also learned from actual projects on site. So there were smaller patches of spaces available along the river Yamuna, and I'm happy to say that this has already been undertaken and developed by Delhi Development Authority. So earlier, a lot of the patches were being taken up for development. What we did was we earmarked smaller patches along the river for more green, open space development, wetland development. This one was called Asata, and there's another one that is called Bansera. Very nice spaces. If you ever visit Delhi, I would love to host you and take you there to these sites. So if you have such pockets in your area, can we think about such design? Can we think about a similar element? Because I saw Puducherry has a lot of lakes. In your core area, you have a large green, 2 large green spaces as well. Can we think about like an element of design there as well? At least a concept of what we are trying to bring there. again, the water bodies were being restored by providing them a separate use zone, a database of water bodies, and some nature-based solutions for the water bodies. Again, happy to say that the DJB, the Delhi Jal Board, has taken up the revival work for 240 water bodies. Not all of them have been developed, but a few of them have already started. Uh, like the work has already started on ground. So a lot of this development was based on a nature-based solution model, wherein so you have dense settlements. These were similar models of areas having dense pocket. You can see here a lot of housing has come up. So for such spaces, what we did was a lot of stormwater is coming from these areas. You target it, you take it towards these places, towards these open land which are natural depression. You treat it using decentralized solution. You have a sedimentation tank using, it's a simple DWATS technology that was applied. And then you have these biofiltration mechanisms wherein you use those plants to clean the water, and then you have a very nice open space wherein the treated water is coming. So it's a great idea to have like to redevelop such sort of spaces within your dense settlements, and in other cities also you can apply these aspects. Delhi has already tried to do some of those. And a lot of incentives were given for rainwater harvesting and decentralized used water treatment. So what we adopted was an integrated water management approach wherein we had water linked infrastructure development. This was about the planning scale. At the planning scale in the master plan for Delhi, what we did. Another thing that has been taken up by Vishakhapatnam was for its management of water bodies. So Vishakhapatnam had a number of water bodies, and this is a tool, urban water body diagnostic tool that we have developed. I'll be sharing the link for this. You can easily use it. So some of these might not be useful for you right now in your current study, but I'm 100% sure if you go forward in your future career somewhere or the other, these references will be really helpful for you, because these are the things that cities are nowadays taking up for. They are taking up newer tools and newer techniques for rejuvenation of their urban spaces. So this is just a tool to assess the status of urban water bodies. So say for example, Vishakhapatnam had more than 50 urban water bodies in its dense core areas. How does it can't take up the development all of these water bodies in the first phase. So how does it decide as to which water bodies to prioritize? So the tool serves as a decision support system for the cities to manage the water bodies within their area. It's based on rapid assessment, action oriented assessment, and holistic assessment. How do we identify the holistic status of a water body? And based on the SMART criteria, I'll directly jump to the indicators of the tool. So what we are doing is we are going to the water body, assessing it on based on 4 dimensions. The first one is a physical dimension. You go see the water body. How does the water look? Does it have odor? Does it have eutrophication on the surface of the water body? Does it have solid waste within the water body, floating waste, or in the surrounding areas? Then you come to the water quality based on DO and pH. These are the primary parameters. And in fact, DO and pH, how do you calculate the DO and pH? Anyone has any idea? Anyone has ever calculated the DO and pH for any water body? So you have simple handheld meters. I couldn't like carry it in flight, but usually people get excited when they see these DO and pH meters. These are simple handheld meters. You don't have to wait for lab results for 2-3 days. You just carry them to the site, take your water sample in a beaker, and you get immediate readings there and then. So you do an assessment of the quality of water, do an assessment of the management parameters. Does it have a designated land use? Does your water body has an earmarked buffer? So the canal area that you have, does your plan have an earmarked buffer? I couldn't see any in the land use plan. The green area that you have, does it have an earmarked buffer? There's a very essential need for these buffer areas when we are talking about it. We have the canal and we have the immediate dense settlement. So if there are spaces available, can we think about designating a buffer? And also the change in the area of the water body. So all of based on these, we assessed all the water bodies within the city of Vishakhapatnam. Based on basic formulas, I'll share a link to the document. There's an online tool wherein you can feed all the data that you gather from the site, and it gives you immediate results. So the score comes between the range of 0 to 5. 5 meaning your water body is very good. It can serve as a for other water bodies to like see, look at it, and like get motivated by it. It's a good water body. And 0 meaning it is in very poor condition and it requires immediate attention. So a calculation has been shown here. If you want to like assess any water bodies within your area, you can do that using this tool. These are some glimpses of how we did that. This is a DO meter and the pH meter that I was talking about. So are we talking about these aspects? Are we going to the details of these aspects when planning our entire urban areas? I saw that we did a background research, but did we take them to this level of understanding these urban ecosystems? Did we focus on them? The third example that I'll bring is from urban ecosystems in Bhubaneswar. So, a lot of urban flooding is happening in Bhubaneswar. Even the climate action plans have recommended to take measures in urban areas because a lot of flooding instances, waterlogging instances are being faced by the city of Bhubaneswar. We started with identifying the micro catchments having the issue. So we did an analysis. Nowadays, simple digital tools can help you do that. So even when we are doing an urban design study, we can have these, we can do these, use these online tools to do a micro catchment analysis. You pick up any catchment, you understand the change in the land use. So the red one is the built up. You can see that on the top right corner, the built up is increasing. There are many online tools based on which you can upload these layers of built up, of population, various other layers to get a flood hazard score. A flood hazard score meaning which areas are more prone to flooding. So the earlier catchment that I showed you was a catchment from the area that I'll just show you where. So the red, the change in the density, the density that was in this zone, which is having a larger, higher risk for urban flooding. So what you can do is based on your analysis using online tools, you can understand what kind of areas are, and especially while planning or designing compact or dense settlements, you need to start by understanding its ecology, its entire watershed, the entire ecosystem, because you might have in this area also, I saw a lot of canals were covered. You will eventually have flooding in the area. So however well you plan it, at the end of the day, if it gets flooded, there's no use. So you start with these analysis while developing or designing your area. Composite vulnerability mapping was also done. So this is basically the analysis of which areas are more vulnerable. So based on the hazard map that we developed, we put in layer of population density, we put in layer of economic aspects, like the lower income settlements are more vulnerable to flooding. They're more vulnerable because they have limited resources to act towards it. So similar aspects need to be, when designing any area, we need to start with this level of analysis for the micro catchments is what I'm talking about. So we picked up smaller areas within the city of Bhubaneswar. The left ones are the flooding hotspots and the right ones are the areas wherein we propose nature-based solutions. Wherever spaces were available, we analyzed various layers like you all do in your study. We superimposed various layers to arrive at specific nature-based solutions. So like river and drain renaturalization, artificial wetlands, flood bypass, detention ponds, green corridors, bioretention systems. So what I'm trying to bring here is just that the canal that you have. So can we think about its renaturalization? Can we think about riparian buffers along the canal? Can we think about certain aspects which is reducing the flooding in the area? Because to my understanding, that area would definitely get flooded if you do the micro catchment analysis and if you do a hydrological modeling, you'll find out how much flooding, how much that area is prone to flooding. So what we can do is, while designing our entire area, we can think about nature-based solutions for smaller elements in the greens and blue spaces. You have amazing green patch that is there. Can we think about some green patches which are there at a lower level to serve as a detention pond for your water to go towards? So these are the things that I feel in any study should be talked about and should be taken care of when we are designing any space. And the last example that I'll give from is about some interventions that we proposed in dense settlements for the city of Chhatrapati Sambhajinagar. It was formerly, anyone knows which city it is? Yeah. Aurangabad, yeah. So most people don't know when I said Chhatrapati Sambhajinagar. So it was formerly called as Aurangabad. So we prepared an urban river management plan there. And we talked about reuse. It's a land use plan for the city. So these, the 1, 2, 3, and 4 that is marked are the sewage treatment plants that are there in the city. So we talked about reuse of treated water for various aspects. So we're saying many of the uses that you have in your city can be served through treated used water. So in your environment, in your plan, did we think about the water usage? Because there's a lot of users that are happening in this dense settlement. Where will they get their water from? Can we think about non-potable water demand? So we need to go, when we need to think of end-to-end solutions, we need to go to these level of details while designing the area. There was a drain, a similar stormwater drain like you have here in your city. There was a small stormwater drain in the city, which was also getting a lot of sewage water from some spaces. It was getting mixed water, so it was getting stormwater as well as sewage water, and the quality of the drain was very poor. So what we proposed the city was to take up basic Needy's Renew technology. It is a filtration mechanism wherein you have a channel, like a layer of these silt traps, sedimentation trap, biomat, aeration facility, then phytoremediation techniques. So the water flows through each of these processes and gets cleaned by the time it goes into the river or the water body major, or in your case, maybe the sea. So did we consider any of these aspects for the stormwater drain that we are talking about? What is the quality of water of that stormwater drain? So when designing an area holistically, can we think about these aspects also? We had a small water body in the area called Kamal Talao. The work has already started there on site. In fact, the project should be completed in another year. It has already been tendered out. But we tried to rejuvenate the water body again based on similar models. So a lot of wastewater was coming from the surrounding settlements, diverting it towards this water body, treating it through dewatch solution, and having a nicer water body there. So similar aspects can be planned in your spaces as well. Also, so this was another major river that is flowing through the city. So wherever there are spaces available, we identified the potential areas for recreation, for sponge parks, for rain gardens, and similar aspects. So wherever there are spaces available, similar design elements were introduced. And we were talking about, I'm not an urban designer. We are all a group of planners who are working on policy. So we rely more on urban designers like you to detail out such projects. But the idea was to convert them to such areas, to such spaces which the people can go, like people can who've turned their backs back towards those areas, they can like go back towards those spaces. It was all about my ideas and what we've done in various cities, what we've proposed so far. So I would like to conclude here by saying that we have started with that paradigm change, a little bit of thinking, baby steps, I would say, but we are starting with getting newer ideas into our policies. A lot of work with the Ministry of Jal Shakti, with the Ministry of Housing and Urban Affairs, is considering these newer elements, these eco-sensitive and environmentally sensitive uh, design and planning elements within their future course of action. So thank you so much there. I'll be happy to share all the links of the documents. It's available on our website, and I'll be happy to share any other information that with you all which you would like to get from me. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Nikita. Wonderful presentation.
Anyone has any questions though? Or we're all in the big tower board. Yes.
Where exactly are you proposing this along the Yamuna?
So it's not along Yamuna. So there's this external area, peripheral area in Delhi, which was being forced under the land pooling policy.
Okay.
So that entire periphery was being developed. The idea of the land pooling policy was a group of so many number of landholders, private landholders, come together. Delhi Development Authority will develop the area and so for that whole area, there were strong fights about should be permitted, should be not permitted. But there's a lot of population that's coming in Delhi, so we cannot stop people from entering Delhi. What we did was we brought water to the forefront. We started calculating the water usage.
And therefore it increases.
So it has been made. The best part about master plan, why I gave so many references, you might not be knowing. So any city is only legally binding document in the master plan. It's called a statutory document. So anything that comes within the master plan can be held like outside in the court by LGT. So the court can hold you against every child that will be there. So you have to adhere to the master plan. So what we did was instead of proposing an FAR of 4, it proposed an FAR of 2 only because water was not there. It's the first time that we had to push that water becomes the center of our entire plan.
Good luck for your final draft. I hope it gets through.
So it cleared a lot of stages. It's just that in signing and all it has waited. But the final draft from the NIO was given the task of preparing it. So the final thing has gone.
So for any innovative step, we need a forerunner. So once a forerunner comes through, then it becomes binding on other governments also. So good luck to Delhi. You can do that.
Thank you, Nikita ma'am, for such an insightful presentation, especially taken through the lens of environment and ecology. So before we continue, we'll have a short break for 10 minutes and meet after soon. Thank you. Tea break.
We have tea and snacks outside this hall. Request all of you to join.
Good afternoon, everyone. I hope the break was refreshing. I now take the moment to invite architect Asay Thambi to give his insights on the topic inner city regeneration. The stage is yours, sir.
Hello, is it audible? So, uh, I'll take you through the conservation efforts from the perspective of old maps, how we landed in the crisis of conservation, like ma'am said. Okay, so you may have gone through all of this. Uh, just to see, before the colonization, the town had various names: Pandiyancheri, Vedapuri, Poducheri, all those things. Among these, this Pandiyancheri was the oldest. You might have known about Arikamedu, the Roman connections with Pondicherry before Christ connections, and so the name continued. Vedapuri is a counterpart of. There was a town where Vedas are taught, adjacent to Pondicherry, Bahur. So the name also continued from there. So the first thing, this was what Pondicherry was looking uh, with the Dutch people who came to set up their factories. They had a factory set up. They had few households and a bastion around. This is French during 1680s, and they had elaborated the Dutch plan and added a fort in the center. You can see the fort. Again, French in 1750s. The kind of it's getting reformed. The town is getting reformed along with the river. You have seen the Ariangupam River, which was then called the river Pondicherry, river Ariangupam, all those things. And the town again evolving from that L-shaped thing towards the southern side. That too in the same gridiron pattern. You might have seen from the Dutch from 1600s. Now it is 1700s. The whole town is again in the gridiron pattern. It is not even changing. So this is French 1800s. Now the town has evolved into the like 90% of what we see today, the boulevard town. In this, you can see the fringes of the town, Lospet, Ariangupam, all those areas where the radial road lines towards Viluppuram, towards Dindivanam, all those scattered areas are there. They are now in a small hamlets. So as the town develops, those hamlets are going to develop, and they are going to merge, and you will see that fragmentation of town there. So this is the town now. In all this plans and this development, the central park area and certain markers have been stationed there, or they are not moved. They are always there, like few temples, the central park area, the road lines. They are not changed. They are from the older time. So this is the present core area of your study. What you see is the French Quarter, Tamil Quarter. The Tamil Quarter itself, there is a Hindu part, Christian part, and Muslim quarters. So this was the Dutch layout overlapped on the present day. This is where the Dutch layout stood. Maybe this the trapezoidal, the Tamil Quarter line, that is the line on the trapezoid top. This is the French layout, 1600s layout. The town stood. You can see the same gridiron continuing and evolving as this town we see. So this is the 1750s evolution of the town. Still that central part, the temple, these things are not changed. And this is the French cityscape you see. Now, where that edge of the town is there. These are some of the French buildings which say the town as a colony nowadays. These are some Tamil streetscapes. So you might have noticed the difference between the French architecture and Tamil architecture changing from the uh, elaborate carvings, the talvaram, the sequences of the town from the road, Thinnai, Talvaram, and the town. So the town had a continuous fusion of the town, the street, and the house. Like this is called Talvaram, the corridor, the continuous corridor. Almost all the streets of Tamil town in Pondicherry had this. Now most of the things have been demolished or degraded. So what happened to the heritage from the last from 1900s? We had around 1990 we had 2000 buildings, 94 we had 1800, 2000 we had 1200, 2000 we are having 1100, 18 we are having 900 buildings. Today we are having only 600 buildings. So this 600 buildings are the conservation uh, pulling elements of the colonial town. So this is the small SWOT of the old town: water strength, the proximity, the unique cultural geography, the spiritual significance, the marine resource, the confluence of French and Tamil culture. This is the strength. This is what we see is pulling people. We think is pulling people, but actually it is not that. But this is the strength we intellect thinks. This is what is the strength of the town. Weakness: increasing floating population due to insensitive tourism, lack of basic infrastructure. Socioeconomic town depends largely on tourism. Constraints of development being an union territory as a political station. Pollution due to tourism. Lack of infrastructure to cater the tourist population. Like in the earlier presentation, ma'am's presentation, we saw 5 lakh tourists traveling inside Pondicherry. So there is no infrastructure. There is no carrying capacity for this whole town with its 650 buildings, small roads to cater this traffic uh, after this COVID or this situation. Everybody wants a vehicle. Everybody wants their own vehicle. So the drivable roads inside Pondicherry, the old town, are only 4 roads. Other roads are like it's not drivable for 4 wheelers, maybe drivable for 2 wheelers. But the 5 lakh tourists park their car everywhere, drive everywhere because they don't know the town's they are being pulled upon Pondicherry, seeing this 650 buildings as a, they think the whole Pondicherry is like that. Not that. So what are the opportunities we have is a deep-rooted knowledge system associated with the spiritual significance. So most of the tourists are spiritual tourists. Only during long weekends or during festive seasons, other people come inside Pondicherry. The spiritual tourism is mostly associated with the ashram. Apart from ashram, there are 24 siddhas, jiva samadhi places inside Pondicherry. There are silent tourism spots happening over there. There are festivals happening over there without disturbing the mainstream of tourism. Then the value of conservation today. Does conservation value today? That was the question ma'am raised. Conservation doesn't values today when it is seen alone. It has to be seen in coherent with all other factors for the holistic development. Then threats. It's a very fragile region. It's a very small, like I said, it's a 650 buildings only present now, where there were 2,000 buildings. So if we lose this 650 also, what will be there in Pondicherry? The over commercialization is killing Pondicherry. That everybody, the students might have noticed. Commercial residential spaces converting into commercial, pushing out the residences of town. So finally, the town will have only commerce; it will not have life. So the town will get degraded by itself. Lack of proper development regulations or bylaws. Actually, there are no bylaws. So it's all like politician laws there. So if any politician thinks he can build, recently we have been pushing for renovation of 3 schools which were teaching French inside the Pondicherry, the old town area. One school was literally on the beachfront. One politician wanted that to move towards the street end because he can have the beachfront as a commercial space. So finally, we couldn't fight with him. He went to CM. The CM also was in coherent with him. Like it is all like politicized because the conservation is earning money for them. They think because their vision is very small. They don't think Pondicherry is a whole thing. There are many other factors apart from conservation pulling. Then unchanneled private sector participation in tourism related activities. You might have gone for boating, lot of other activities when you are there. That is a private organization without any kind of knowledge of operation. So those factors will also pull more people into tourism. So these are the conservation efforts which were taken by the government of Pondicherry, French government, Intact Pondicherry and heritage enthusiasts. Intact Pondicherry was the major role player in all these conservation efforts. They have been the driving factor of, they gave a hashtag of Pondicherry, give time a break for tourists in 2000. Now we are all recoining it, Pondicherry, please give a break because of tourists. So it started in 2000, listing on documentation. Then they have a very unique arrangement with the Pondicherry Planning Authority that inside the old town, Intact gives the facade elevations alone so that the architecture of the town is not degraded. Then we had a model sheet of facade restoration in 2003 to 2004. This project won a UNESCO award. This was a major awareness generation project because a whole streetscape, part of streetscape, around 60 buildings, the facade was restored uniquely. And matching grant scheme, the same year we had around 44 buildings were taken under matching grant scheme, where the owner gives 50% of the fund, the government gives 50% of the fund, and the buildings were renovated or rehabilitated or restored. Then in the year 2004 itself, the government introduced non-polluting e-vehicles for commuters inside the town. But at that time, the e-segment was not that grown or that popular among the people as it is now. So that project failed. Then revitalization of Grand Bazaar. Grand Bazaar is one of the biggest bazaar area in the center of the old town Tamil area. So that rehabilitation happened in 2004. Then historic signage system, which happened in 2004, and solid waste management. That was initiated in 2004 itself. When whole of the India was not worrying about solid waste management, Pondicherry government had introduced, along with the INTAC and other social experts, on solid waste management, and it is still functioning. Better way in the core town alone. Partly in fringes of the town, not a major success in the outermost areas. Then revitalization of the Bharati Park. The Bharati Park, that the central area which we are talking about, once it was a fort, then it was converted into a park. Then beautification of beach promenade, Gandhi Tidal. Then in 2010, the Heritage Committee was formed. It was a state level Heritage Committee comprising of historians, geographers, environmental specialists, PWD, chief engineer, tourism director, conservation architect, and INTAC. Together, they all decide the urban development or the so-called development inside the old town of Pondicherry. So this committee gathers once in a month, scrutinizing the facade control, scrutinizing the development programs, and it gives its own guidances to the government to follow. Then that old distillery which was rehabilitated, and due to this formation of Heritage Committee, in 22-23, around 110 buildings are notified heritage buildings. Among the 650 buildings, the grade 1 and grade 2A buildings have been notified, which means you cannot demolish that structure, you cannot alter their land use, you cannot change its land use from the or its utility from one to other. So it needs a lot of stringent regulations for that. Then the revitalization of Grand Canal, which is happening now from 2022, and beautification of pathways, that is also happening now. Renovation of schools, that project was visioned in 2002, and it is still happening till 24. So these are the facade control, where INTA gives alternate facade to the new construction, which is adjacent to the old buildings. This is model street and facade restoration. This is the street which had got a UNESCO award. This is before restoration. This is after restoration. This is again before and after. This is before and after. So this is the award which was received for that Faisal Street restoration. So this is matching run. This is one of the building in matching run scheme which was restored completely. And this is another building, which is a school, which was a school, which is still functioning as a school, which was started by Annie Besant. So this was in this condition when restoration happened. It was restored. This is Bharati Park. This is the old picture of Bharati Park. This is the restored area. This is before Bharati Park. We can actually drive inside the park with roads around. So that drive was cut and it was made pedestrianized. So you can see in the before picture, you can see the pathway road going inside the park. So now it is altered. So this is beautification of beach, that Gandhi Tidal and that area. So this was also happening. And what did we miss in the whole efforts were the rehabilitation of water bodies inside the heritage precinct. Inside the heritage precinct, we have around 6 water bodies. 2 in the French town area, 4 in the old town area, which is hindered now, which is covered with buildings. Those were the tanks which were taking up the water and recharging to the overflow into the sea. So those tanks have been blocked. Some of them are part of temple, some of them are part of work board, and some are part of the school. So they are being blocked, and slowly the block gets encroached, and buildings are coming up. So this has to be rehabilitated. Then tourism management, like tourism has become a kind of a negative factor in Pondicherry, over tourism, that has to be channelized. Then there is a unique festival happening in Pondicherry, which is called Masi Magam, where all the deities from the surrounding towns, municipal corporations, which ma'am said, they bring all the deities from all temples. They line up on the shore, and it is left for 3 days in the month of Tamil month of Masi. So it is called Masi Magam. So that has a unique pathway, streetscape. It has a unique festival atmosphere. That is not even upgraded. The streets are still encroached and dirty and all those things. That is adjacent to the old town. Like even that part is not happening there. Then rehabilitation of mills. There are two mills which are being kept closed for 20 years. Anglo-French Textiles and Swadeshi Mill. They are all the green areas now. They have around 60% of greenery there, apart from the mill area. That is under pipeline to develop. I don't know what they are going to. They are proposing there. There are around 200 old trees. It has its own unique landscape inside the mill area itself, which has to be protected. Then there is a pilgrimage route towards Velangani. People walk from Chennai, northern part of Tamil Nadu. They walk through Pondicherry. They cross Pondicherry. They go to Kadalur, Chidambaram, and Velangani. Velangani is a church. So this has of late in the last 20 years it has increased, and people are walking around. Last year it was estimated around 2 lakh people crossed Pondicherry in that month of one and a half month time period. So that pathway, like in Palani walkways, which is developed, that has to be, or in Tiruvannamalai it is developed, has to be done, which is not yet done. Then traffic organization, that has to be absolutely done because traffic inside the old town is killing the old town. That has to be done. Then the whole conservation efforts comes to a UNESCO nomination, which the state level heritage committee is pushing on. We are trying to get a living heritage city name tag for the French town alone. That is the reason the 110 buildings in the French town are being notified, and we are again going to notify the rest 40 for 300 buildings. So 90% of the buildings in the French town will be notified, and we are trying to at least save the French town before degradation and overpopulated or tourism. So that is the task we are having. So we are pushing towards that. That's all. So this is the overall scenario we have. In this, the order of the conservation might have been changed. This might have come in the first place. This might have come in the second place. But this is the process. I think in whole India, there is no continuous effort of conservation for one town. For the past 30 years, certain organizations are trying to push and save the town. Not only the monuments, but the people's small buildings, houses also. That is one town is in Pondicherry that we all know. So this is the process we are following. There might be errors, like ma'am pointed out. This is the right time to collaborate with other experts so that the development is in very sustainable and very progressive manner. So maybe we could take it further with all your proposals or some things. There is a opening that we can present it to the government also, that the whole scenario is changing, and we need to look the core town from the outer town perspective also. So if the proposals are ready, it's a very commendable proposals, we can take to the government. I can facilitate that. We can present it to the government itself, to the CS itself. Thank you. Do you have any questions or queries?
Thank you, Architect Ase, for a nice presentation. We can have a couple of questions if anyone has.
So I have a doubt. So you said at the times of 2005 something, you have listed grade 1 and grade 2 structures, right? So after that also, did you identify any other grade structures also, the lesser grade? So other, I mean, the grade 2B and grade 3, the structures, any production plan is being made or? So not only intact, any other non-profitable organizations are being involved in this product conservation plan.
Thank you, Ase Tambi, sir, for that insight on heritage and conservation. I think we have a lot to work on with respect to Pondicherry's inner city. Now, I would like to call upon Dr. G. Karthik, sir, to give his idea and presentation on inner city regeneration.
Good afternoon, everyone. So now that we have finished three presentations, so there's a lot of pressure on me to, to somehow fill the gaps within these three presentations. So I'll move forward quickly, and I'll try to only fill the urban design part of the inner city regeneration. Now, firstly, talking about cities, cities are like us. They grow as we grow, and they die as we die, right? And what can we do to save them is the challenge ahead. Probably they live longer than us. That's the only difference between us and cities. So today, I'm going to talk about these four things broadly, talking about the generic issues of inner city regeneration, strategies, urban design strategies that can help cities live longer, the challenges that are ahead of us in times, and I shall discuss some of the interventions which have been implemented across the world. Only three, and I'll also show what we have done in the previous two studios. Now, starting with the word urban regeneration. Now, if you look at and pick up these keywords of what people are talking about urban regeneration, broadly talks about utilize the functional opportunities that are there in the cities and the economic potential of the city, firstly. Second, it needs renewal of the physical environment and generation of completely new uses of space. In fact, according to United Nations, urban regeneration is a process that aims to improve the quality of life in cities. And quality of life is something which is very close to our profession. We as urban designers, we strive to attain a certain quality of life in our cities by preserving the quality of life and enhancing the socio-economic conditions, natural heritage, and cultural heritage. So that's pretty clear. And in fact, the experts at the UN Habitat Group meeting, which was held recently in December 2021, they talk about urban regeneration as a powerful tool for economic recovery and designing something which is sustainable, inclusive, and vibrant. Okay, so those are the key things about urban regeneration. And on the other side, we are talking about cities. So cities are vast. Now, in this session, we are discussing about inner cities. And in one of the dictionary definitions, inner city, what it means is the central part of a city where people live and where there are often problems. So we are dealing with part of the city which has often problems. In fact, this extends to saying that there people are poor and there are very few jobs and bad houses. Not completely true, right? There are people who are pretty rich in inner cities as well. And there are people who have pretty good jobs as well, right? Okay. So the generic issues about inner cities largely surround these, keywords. Housing and infrastructural deprivation related to age, overuse, mixed use, and maintenance. Now, this is something which we have in our Pondicherry case as well. Second, environmental deprivation due to non-residential activities and traffic conditions. We have seen how Pondicherry is clogged during weekends. So there are a lot of vehicles coming from Chennai and other parts of the state. And for 2, 3 days, the city is totally congested. Third thing, socioeconomic deprivation from patterns of urban dynamics. There's a strong social change within the inner core area. So the nature of activities are changing, nature of jobs are changing, people's aspirations are changing. This actually influences their socio-economic behavior. Increased concentration of deprived sections. Of course, there are informal settlements, there are informal activities that often tend to occupy the inner core area because inner cores are quite well connected with the people. Now, there are these two cases on the right side which I'm showing. Now, this is Bau Bazar, Kolkata. This is part of the inner city. Now, this is not a process of redevelopment or demolition. So, they were executing this metro line which was going very close to this area. So, because of the over vibrations and all, part of the community actually collapsed. Now, what do we do with this? This is a kind of man-made calamity, right? On the other side, we have this Kurupam market, Vishakhapatnam. Now, this is not prone to such disaster, but this is because of age and negligence. The local authorities have not taken care of that market, which was built during the Britishers' time, almost surpassed 100 years, beyond 100 years. And now this is the state in which the market currently exists. And the inner part of the market is already collapsed. So there is no significant renewal or regeneration exercise that was taken up in this area. Why regeneration? Because 75% of our cities have spatial inequality. Our urban population is going to increase by 68% by the end of the year 2050. So cities are not ready to accommodate the increasing need for infrastructure, basic services, housing and jobs and other opportunities. About 80% of urban residents do not have convenient access to open public spaces, and about 621 million urban residents do not have access to basic sanitation worldwide. Also, in light of the climate change that is alarming, cities are crucial for promoting climate action because they are responsible for 75% of CO2 emissions. And it will house 68% of humanity by the year 2050, as I earlier said. This is why we need regeneration of cities. Now, if we go back and look at the process of human evolution, we have been living for millions of years. The only thing is we changed, we adapted to the change. And This is something which is applicable for our cities as well. Cities have to adopt and move forward. Right. In history, we have seen we have respected flora and fauna. We have considered them as gods. So these are the 10 avatars of Vishnu, who was supposed to be the creator of this entire world. And are we respecting our flora and fauna in today's context? If we have to regenerate the cities, then we have to respect the flora and fauna. I think you know these avatars, right? Can you tell which is the okay? Yeah, yeah. Okay, okay, great, great. So we all remember this. Professor Lakshmi was the first. Yeah. So our association with flora and fauna uh, was divine, right? Now, you remember this incident from Ramayana, right? Sanjeevani, to a life-giving plant, right? So, when humans are dying, when cities are dying, who is going to protect? Ecology, great. So, ecology is our backbone. Ecology is the backbone of cities. So, we have to respect ecology. It is like Sanjeevani, right? We respect ecology, it will help us live, right? Now, this is where we come to understanding our ecological footprint is like understanding Sanjeevani. Now, the whole concept of ecological footprint devised by William Rees and Wackernagel and Rees was based on the fact that uh, we are consuming more than what we are giving back to our cities, right? So we are emitting a lot of waste, we are consuming the city more than what we are supposed to give back. So the extent of human demand on the earth's surface is known as ecological footprint. How many earths are we going to consume for today as well as for the next 40, 50 years is known as ecological footprint. Now, if we see the countries in red here, they are consuming much more than the size of the earth because of unsustainable practices, because of the fact that they are not conserving the environment. Now, US, China, Middle East, these are all countries which are very energy intensive. So our role is to ensure that we are consuming much lesser footprint than these countries. Of course, India is uh, much better in this world map in terms of the consumption patterns. But then the problem is that currently we are consuming 2.8 global hectares per person. That means we are consuming 2.8 sizes of Earth's resources currently. That's the issue. Now, this is the concept of footprint. Now, I'll tell you how this is related to urban design. Because if you see, there is carbon footprint, there is grazing footprint, there is forest land footprint, fishing ground footprint, crop land footprint, and built up land footprint. Now, the area where we can directly contribute uh, in conserving the ecological footprint is the built up land. If we are energy efficient, if you are consuming lesser energy, if you are respecting our ecology, we can actually reduce our carbon footprints. Okay. How much space do we have? Now, this is another big issue in inner cities, core cities. Now, in a recent article, when this national sample survey was done, it was found that the average size of majority of houses in urban areas are actually smaller than the minimum area recommended for prison cell. Now, this is something very, very alarming. So, do we have enough space to live in our cities? Do we have affordable houses in our cities? Is the question. Now, so it brings back to the fact that the average size of Indian house in the urban area is actually 39.2 square meters or 8.6 square meter per person, which is much, much lesser than uh, an area per person in a city like Manhattan, New York. So where are we going wrong? I mean, we have cities which are vibrant. We have cities which are very active, but we don't have space to live. Right? That's the issue. Now, we all have been a victim of COVID times. You all had been attending online classes for a couple of years. We haven't seen you, and we haven't seen you whether you are listening to the class or not. So we were just running the classes online. So we don't know whether you were sleeping or playing or outside your homes, right? The social dilemma is that we are connected to the online environment, and that is one of the fact that our public spaces are declining. People are no more interested to go out and spend time because they are glued to their phones. Now, the amount of screen time that they consume is more towards what do you call these social networking sites. The fact that they have these undefined working hours, they have lack of outdoor recreation and faded routine life. This is the cause of people switching over to public life from public life to private life. So they feel that at home it is more better, more private. They can use their phone and chit chat with friends and use social media because they don't have good public spaces. They don't have good recreational areas. So that's the social dilemma. Okay. So with that, I bring down the presentation to some of the strategies, urban design strategies, which we can apply for inner city regeneration. First of all, our urban spaces. Now, how can we improve the aesthetic appeal of urban spaces? People will only be interested if the urban spaces that are designed are appealing and aesthetic. They are functional and accessible urban spaces to all parts of the community. There should be mix of uses which promote walkability, which reduce car dependency, and also which are 24 by 7 diverse activities. There should be green spaces which are recreational and which support recreation and social interaction, which contribute to better air quality and environmental sustainability. Okay, and secondly, economic restructuring. One of the key strategies, urban design strategies in inner city regeneration is economic restructuring. How do you create jobs? How do you create skill set? How do you create training programs for people so that they don't move out of the inner core areas? And then we have social and cultural regeneration, engaging community with the regeneration process, within the regeneration process, preserving the cultural heritage. As architect Asay had presented a lot of initiatives that Intac had took to preserve the cultural heritage, enhancing the social services, reducing crime and enhancing safety. So all these points putting across should ensure human well-being at the outset and enhance the overall character of the city. So these are the two key things which any urban design intervention should cater to an inner city. Okay, what would be the challenges, coming ahead for us when we get into this regeneration, inner city regeneration process? Firstly, there are a lot of social challenges because there's already a lot of gentrification which is happening within the core areas. So there are elite communities coming into the core areas, not moving out, increase rental values, new kind of activities, which is displacing the natives. And also there is a lot of community resistance when it comes to bring in change. So the moment you take the proposal to the government and then bring in community, bring in people to discuss your proposal, there might be a lot of resistance from the community as to what kind of change that will bring in. They may feel that it may change their community totally, and they may be deprived of certain things. There are financial constraints of definitely in a developing economy like India, because there are funding limitations, because government allocates the budget in certain categories. So there's a uniform distribution of funding across infrastructure projects. And also there is a constraint to involve private sector into the development process. Of course, there is PPP happening in many cities, but uh, at the inner core redevelopment exercises, not many initiatives have been taken up yet. Only recently, I think there have been efforts to redevelop the Chandni Chowk area, and also in Mumbai, there have been efforts to redevelop some part of Dharavi, which has just started. And there might be great environmental concerns because usually there are high costs of environmental remediation. Let's say some canal or river had dried up. So if we have to revive the entire canal or river, it takes a lot more money and it takes a lot more time. Right? I'm sure. I mean, Ms. Nikita has presented a lot of initiatives towards ecological exercises across cities. So how much time consuming and cost consuming they are, everyone knows. And in recent times, we have a Musi Riverfront campaign which started in Hyderabad. So they are planning to bring back the Musi to life, similarly to what London had done to Thames about 50 years back. 70 in the 70s, Thames didn't have water, so there was no life in Thames. It had through several initiatives of the local government. So finally, they have revived the entire river water, and now you can see a lot of biodiversity along the Thames riverfront. So such massive exercises need a lot of financial investments, and sometimes it also becomes difficult to adapt to the weathering events because there are regular floods nowadays in cities. So to make the cities more resilient, it needs much larger initiatives by the local authorities to combat with these catastrophic events. And then sustainable development practices. Some of the examples which Ms. Nikita had shown about having green roofs, proposing green roofs, having a lot of greens, open spaces, all these again following the ECBC norms. There is a certain resistance from the local residents as well. So that becomes an environmental concern. Okay, coming on to the interventions, I would quickly show three levels of interventions that can happen in the inner cities: one at the site level, one at the city level, and one at the region level. So one which is about the site level is the Clarkway, Singapore. What they have done is these were abandoned warehouses along the river. So about I think around about 23,000 square meters of built up area roughly, and the redevelopment process began in the year 89. And now this area is vibrant, full of bars, restaurants, riverside promenade, etc. So this was one of the successful urban design regeneration exercises in Singapore. What it had done is it had restored the historic buildings, which were 100 years, almost 100 years old. It had added new buildings. It had created new public spaces. It had recreated the microclimate. What they had designed was in these open streets, they had provided these umbrella kind of devices which would air condition the street. So this was the first kind of initiative where they have used air conditioning of a open street, which had changed the microclimate of this place. So there was a difference of almost 5 degrees temperature from outside to these inner streets. They had pedestrianized the entire area and they had provided new connections with the metro line. So there were almost like 200 shops, restaurants, bars, etc. in this particular area. So this is how it looks like. So it's a small pocket of land along the riverfront. Now, this is the cross section that they have developed. So there's a promenade which is which has a which is just next to the covered markets. So there are two rows of streets. One a primary row of street which buffers the Clarkway from the river, and there is a secondary row of trees which provides additional aesthetic as well as shade to the commuters. And there is an extensive nightlife here because in the late evenings the area is quite vibrant. Okay. At the city level, you all know how Copenhagen had transformed the character of the city from a car-driven city to a pedestrian-oriented city. So they had devised a number of policies in the city and created a lot of pedestrian infrastructure, which changed the character of streets from 70s to 2024. So almost like if you currently look at the structure of Copenhagen, 36% of trips for work or educational institutions are actually by bicycle. And they aim to convert the city carbon neutral by the end of 2025. And in fact, they have Copenhagen had also created this bicycle master plan. So they have a lot of infrastructure which is meant for bicycle and which had actually reduced the number of cars flying into the city. Now this is the regional kind of intervention, which is the Cheongchen River Restoration Project. So there was, if you see, there are the pictures. Now on the left, there is an image where there is a flyover. So there was a long movement corridor over the river for many years. So, but finally, the city authorities decided to bring back and give the river back to the city. So they demolished the entire flyover and they transformed the space into something like this. So the entire network had a lot of public spaces, green network. This also reduced car dependency in the entire city. It had restored the ecosystem. It had reduced the heat island effect by dropping the temperature to about 18%. and it had improved the air quality drastically. So I won't talk about the numbers about the air quality and all, but this is how it looks. This is how it looks today. Okay, coming on to the studio initiatives, one of the studios which we undertook was on Fountaina's Panjim area. Now, this is the area which was part of the old Panjim, Goa. And there were two districts which we took up for the study. One was the Fountaina's area, and the other was the Panjim market area, where we have one huge market designed by Charles Correa, which is part of the Portuguese settlement, and this was part of the French. Now, the problem with this area was that it is quite native in terms of its character, but then with the influx of tourism and influx of so many activities that are happening around the city, there's a lot of pressure that got developed in this area. So in the studio, what we had looked at was primarily to decentralize all the tourist activities and all within the area, and also revitalize part of that area by providing a community market which can serve the locals. Now, some of the city level initiatives were to connect the area to the riverfront, to balance tourism concentration, to make the entire area more walkable, and also contribute to the economic development. At the area level, the strategies were to enhance the connectivity towards the creek, to develop recreational spaces for the residents within the Fontainas area, improve the bus and ferry network, improve the pedestrian access within the area, and also create jobs and revenue through urban design interventions. Now, this is one of the proposals in the studio, which actually is more like a recreational space come open market, which has a lot of community level facilities as well as restaurants and some amount of green space, so which actually is lacking in that area. Now, this is the Panjim market area, which is on the other side of the Mandovi river. Now, this again has a lot of potential in terms of the riverfront. And the problem of this area is that it has overdeveloped in recent times because of excessive tourism and excessive development pressure that is happening along the riverfront. So there are a lot of alien activities that came in this area and actually destroyed the original character of the Portuguese town. So we undertook the initiative to create marketways, improve the market connection towards the riverfront, and also have a ferry terminal which could have waterway networks, and which can also enhance the riverfront experience. Now, this is another studio which we dealt in Visakhapatnam Old Town area. This was a very unique kind of study area because it was sandwiched between port activities on either side. It's along the coast, so we have port establishments on either side of the town. This was part of the old town. And if you see, this is the coal handling unit of the port trust, and this is the study area. And on the other side, seaside also, they have a long stretch of port which is actually blocking the entire area. And at one point of time, the city authorities had decided to evacuate this entire area and shift the people somewhere and demolish this whole thing and propose port activities in this entire land parcel. So we talked to the authorities and said that no, that's not actually a good idea. And in fact, there was a lot of protest from the local residents as well, because they were living there since almost 200, 300 years. And there are a lot of interesting historic buildings in that area from the times of Kalinga and Satavahana, as well as during the British rule. So there is a old stadium building there in that precinct, which is unused, which is right now used as a dump yard. So there are these buildings which are degrading in terms of their performance. So since there is a new stadium constructed in the peripheral area, the corporation has stopped using this, and locals have made it like a dump yard. So we actually started proposing how this stadium building can actually be a very interesting site for reuse. Now there were schools like this. This is a CBM High School, which is one of the oldest schools in the city, and again it's in dilapidated state, so about to fall. There was one Queens Mary High School. This is the Queens Mary High School. Again, part of it was already dilapidated and pulled down, and municipal corporation there had proposed a new building, which is like a very typical government school building. We had we actually documented these buildings and proposed a kind of similar character in that insert. So the program brief consisted of transit-oriented development because there was a metro proposed from this part of the town to the airport. So we had, the intervention actually focused on how this metro proposal can be integrated with the inner core area development. Now, this is the school building what I was talking about. So it has a very interesting style merged with the local Vijayanagara style plus the colonial style. So it had these long arcaded colonnades, high plinth roofs, high roofs, sloping structures and all. So there was a whole documentation of these buildings done. So we had prepared plans and sections of these buildings and proposed reuse within these premises and also added new uses to this building. And as I said that there are a lot of historic buildings in this core area. We tried to map all the buildings in this core area and sort of proposed a heritage walk along this area in similar lines to what Ahmedabad has done, so that this would also ensure higher levels of walkability, ensure use of public transport because we have a metro here. So people can actually get down from the metro, have a walk around, look at these buildings, and then go back. So we carefully listed these buildings and proposed heritage guidelines for this, and also proposed bicycle infrastructure and pedestrian infrastructure because the key aspect, the key urban design aspect in this part of the city was to ensure walkability throughout. So this the adaptive reuse of the stadium building. So we had proposed eat streets and other active zones to make that area 24/7 active. Another market area which I said is in this dilapidated condition, Kurupam Market. This was built during the Britishers' time. So there was a restoration plan provided for this old market area. So this is the reconstructed plan of this with some additional parking and additional market uses. And also proposed revamping of the streetscape. So there were interesting structures at the street center, street intersections, where we had created interesting islands and proposed facade renovation and street improvement measures. That's it. I end this presentation with a note. First, we will shape the cities, then they shape us. Yeah. Thank you. I would like to take any question you have. Not really, ma'am. We could not do it. Yeah. Is it that reviving urban riverfront something? Like reviving, reimagining urban rivers. Yeah, yeah. Same. Yeah. Thank you. Yeah. It-
got transformed into ground. So we were able to develop Vancouver as a unidentified destination. Government was ready to pump in around 50 crores for that project, for that thesis. And we restored the whole town, like holistically, like ma'am was saying, solid waste management, decentralized wastewater treatment, lighting, signage, uh, the holistic development in that town. That is
I think we.
just one piece. That is my thesis. So you have to, if you have the right thing now, you can actually go to the government. They will fund for your project. It will be kind of a consultancy for your next year.
Initial 2 years, I think we had spent enough time to push the program well, document. I mean, focus on our studio work more, improve the quality of work. I think now we are ready and we can produce a lot of good work. So because this is the third year that we started the program, so and students are really working hard. So we are thanks to them. So hopefully, uh,
I would little more that since SPA is meant for the institution of national importance, okay, so we are coming with the prototypes, okay, but the prototypes it should be validated with some evidence-based research, okay. The government they want that what is the viability of these prototypes, okay. Government is not is very so easy to invest 1 crore or 50 crores or 200 crores or 500 crores, okay. They want the very intense research design. Design should be driven by the research. Okay, very very critical examination. Not only the one thing. Now we are focusing on the inner city. Okay, but probably inner cities may not be. Okay, in the current generation, it is a more integrated. Okay, so from different layers and different layers and different layers. So everything is overlapped each other. So urban design is required very very validated research driven design. Okay, that is very, very rational. Then actually, yes, we can promote as suggested by the Kartik sir, and we can make not in the national level, maybe international level also. So here, instead of focusing only on the prototype, in the random mind, or in the random short-term studies and all, okay, I think SPA need to strengthen that intellectual part, intellectual abilities of each and every student as a group, okay, as a group and all. And whatnot actually. It's a very social product, how we can going to come and make it as a one beautiful product to the public. Okay? So I think it requires a lot of operational process. Yeah, we are into that process actually. Kartik is headed by the program. So now actually, since this is the second year, so we are into that process. Yeah.
yes. So all these 2 years, we have put in a lot of energy and time to improve our standards and all. So I think we'll now move forward to start interacting with the governments. And I think the key thing that they will look at is the implementability, how quickly and how cost effectively these proposals can be implemented, because they are time bound by their electoral terms. So somebody who's there in the government will be there only for 5 years, and we'll have to quickly develop a rapport and get things done within 2 3 years. Otherwise, a new person, I mean, they'll change, and then the whole mindset will change, and they'll not, accept something which we readily put up forward to them. And so, like, we do have a panel discussion post lunch. So we'll continue our discussion there. And thank you all. And we'll break for lunch and come back in probably half an hour max. We'll little late. We'll come back by 2:15. Thank you.
So, good afternoon, everyone. I hope everybody's tummy is full after the lunch. So, we'll begin. Today's guest speaker is Dr. Mahesh Das. Welcome, sir. And I'll just give a brief introduction about him. He is the eighth president of Boston Architecture College with over 3 decades of academic leadership experience at various US institutions. Recognized for his visionary leadership, he has authored notable works including Leading with Aesthetics and Towards a Robotic Architecture. He is the first person of Indian origin to be named an ACSA Distinguished Professor and has received the key architectural journals and has been involved in research panels for government agencies worldwide. He is also known for his contribution to design computing, robotics, and AI. Now I welcome you, sir, to give a brief note.
So there are people online who need this, or can I speak without it? I should use the mic, or okay. Otherwise, I can walk around a bit. Okay, great. Well, good afternoon to you all. How are you enjoying? Must be a lot of excitement here. How many of you are in the first year MUD here? And second, other programs? Landscape architecture, masters? Okay, great. So you must be from all over the country, I would imagine, as it is, the cross section. And so I was born and brought up here in Vijayawada. And then I went to Hyderabad and I attended JNTU, at that time, JNTU Hyderabad. Can you hear me okay? Yeah, all right, good. So, yeah, I think I will just maybe share a few thoughts with you. Professor Karthik has asked me to maybe talk about some of the themes you have addressed today. And so I'll try to make something that connects with it for what it is worth. So I learned a little bit about what you have discussed this morning. Just an outline of it, obviously not in detail. So what I can do is to maybe bring a perspective of my work. In my postgraduate work was on Banaras. Now, that was a while ago. And since then, I have a lot of my work has been in design computation and in critical theory and in robotics and artificial intelligence. So my latest book just came out last November, exactly a year ago. It's called I Nobot, which is about being human in the age of AI and robotics. So that's kind of more or less the arc of what I do, and I have been the president of Boston Architectural College for the last 5.5 years. And prior to that, I was dean at University of Kansas in Lawrence, and other places, University of Texas, and Ball State University in Indiana, and Kansas State University. So I've been associated with various places. The reason I mention them is that the work that I did 30 years ago on Banaras still resonates wherever I go. And that work has been published not just in urban design context, but also in books about digital theory. I never expected that I would get an invitation from a book on critical digital theory to talk about the world today and then where Banaras fits in. So in the latest book, one complete chapter was a series of poems that I wrote about Banaras 7,000 years in the future, after the end of human civilization and the rise of robotic civilization, to scare the hell out of everybody. Right? And I said, we have to imagine some of these dystopian futures in order to understand how to avoid them or how to prevent such futures. And what choices can we make now that would put us on a different tangent than otherwise? So those are the kinds of thoughts. Now, obviously, I live in Boston, and Boston is a great city, right? It's the oldest city in the US. It is one of the great, well, you should say it's a very complex geography. Those of you who may have seen, heard, or anyone been to Boston? So next year I will ask the same question, and a lot of you will raise your hands, I hope. So come and visit us, or come study with us, whatever the case may be. So I am fortunate to have both conducted research on Banaras and then living and learning about Boston and trying to see themes that bring these cities together. So what I will talk about is, no matter where you go in the world, what great city you are talking about, there are some things that permeate, that thread through, and that make them great cities, right? So these are the cities that we want to sustain. These are the cities we want to value, right, and to cherish forever, right? And so these are difficult cities. These are complex cities. And one thing I have learned in studying Banaras was, before I went to Banaras, by the way, when I lived in India, I never went to Banaras. So the first time I went to Banaras was after I started studying in the US, and then chose the topic, and I said, the question I was posing was, how can a city be a continuously inhabited city for nearly 5 millennia? Now imagine 5 millennia, what would it mean? This year is 2024. If we were to start a city today, it would be 7,024, and the city would still be going on. And that's Banaras. So when we look back, it is unimaginable how the city actually has continued to live on. So that was the question I was posing, and I thought I knew the answers before I went there. Right, I mean, you can identify with that, can't you, right? When we start studying something, we think we know everything about it until we go there and we learn, and then we think we might know something about it. And then much later, we realize we don't know anything about it. And that is the stage where I ended up. I said, I don't know anything about Banaras because it is so complex, so vast, that it's difficult to imagine it and to be able to articulate it, conceptualize it, and to communicate it. So after visiting Banaras, I had some very, shall we say, profound, strange, bizarre, and challenging experiences in Banaras. And that transformed my perception of the cities and of the city itself, of the Banaras city itself. So what I learned was that cities are animated by fiction, that it is fiction, stories, and storytelling that actually holds the city together and helps it sustain over very long periods of time. So it is the institutions of fiction. Now, obviously, we can call them mythologies in our context, right? Puranas. And if any of you have heard of or read or studied Kashi Khanda, you would all know that is one of the greatest descriptions of the city and lots of stories. So wherever I went in Banaras, there were stories. And there were stories about everything. There were stories about the city as a whole. And, and it's also a very complex geography, right? If anyone been to Banaras? Varanasi, Kashi? Nobody from, or 1, 2, 3? So you should go. Next chance you get, definitely I encourage you to just go and immerse yourself in that city. It is one of the greatest experiences you will have. Why? Because it is a city designated, it's almost like the center of a certain universe, right? You've all seen Marvel Comics movies? Yeah, you've seen that, yes. You can relate to it. I can connect with that. So it's like that, there is a center of a lot of mythologies that are connected with Hinduism, for sure, but also well beyond Hinduism. So Buddhism and Islam. So there are a lot of things that connect through the city. So it is about the stories. It's about the sacred stories and how the city makes the connection through the stories to human beings, right? Everything we do, everything that connects with us has a story. I'll pause there because there is nothing more profound. And in fact, there's a great book called The Sapiens by Yuval Noah Harari. And he actually, in great detail, talks about why stories and storytelling are the most important and perhaps the most human of the activities. That there is nothing else that is more important than the stories we tell about anything and about everything. I'll give an example. Let's take SPA Vijayawada, right? I say, what is SPA Vijayawada? I ask the question. How many of you would you think that it's a building? I mean, obviously you're a smart folk, so you don't raise your hand because you know it was a trick question. So it's not the building. Why? Because the buildings can change. Tomorrow you can just erase this whole building and build a new building. SPA Vijayawada is still there. You may say it is a people, but we have lifespans and durations, and 100 years from now, none of us will be here, right? A whole other set of people will be here. And so it's not the people either. It's not the buildings, it's not the people. Then what is SPA Vijayawada? Anybody hazards a guess allowed? Please. Stories, in a way it is fiction that actually animates about the story of the school, what the school is and where it is defined, right? Somebody actually decreed that the school shall come into existence. That is all it took. Some magical words on a piece of paper that said, there shall be School of Planning and Architecture, Vijayawada. That's it, right? And we all agreed that that is a good story. And then things are animated by that story. So the power of that story carries the institution through the ages, beyond buildings, beyond people, beyond generations, into posterity. So that's what I learned from Banaras, is that it is the stories and how then the people relate to the environment, the city, and so on. So another story about Banaras was, so I went back to the US after that, and I told my committee that I cannot write a thesis on this city in any conventional way. An analytical thesis applying a framework of this to that to analyze this and some cut and dry things. So I wrote it as a work of fiction. Of course, right? I mean, you have to, because that is the whole point of that insight was the story. So I wrote it as a work of fiction as an extension to Kashi Khanda. Shiva and Narada go around the city, Panchkroshi, and they recite stories about Banaras from that perspective, from existential psychoanalytic perspective. Because I realized such a city is like a brain, like mind, if you will. Psychoanalytical speaking, it is like mind, and mind is unfathomable, right? And so I actually used frameworks of psychoanalysis in order to talk through Shiva and Narada, who are also part of the mythologies, right? The sacred works, and then talk about the city. So that's just what I did in that particular work. Boston. Now, Boston is also animated by stories, great stories of what the United States was founded upon, stories of liberty. They said all people were created equal, right? And so that is the kind of story that animates the city and the country. And that's the cradle of liberty. And so they call it the cradle of liberty. It's a very complex geography. By the way, like Banaras, Boston also has 3 hills. In Banaras, the 3 hills are called the Trishula, right? So the symbolism of that is interesting. And both are on basically either coast of a great ocean or by the great river. And they also accumulated a lot of history and a lot of complex layers as palimpsests, as we call them, right? So it's like that. And so both are very interesting cities. So one story about the city of Banaras and connects with what you're talking about this morning, the challenges of inner cities, is that at one point in the history of the city, we're talking about, let's say about 60, 70 years ago, the highways were cutting through the city and really tearing apart the fabric of the city. And so they said, what can we do in order to connect the communities that were disrupted by the system, the infrastructure of highways? Now we are seeing highways here too, right? And you see what they do. Sometimes it is good intentions, but may have effects that are different. So in Boston's case, that's what happened. So there was something called the central artery that tore through the city, the inner city, and that created conditions that led to inequality of various kinds and led to communities who used to be together being cut apart. So they said, we are going to bury the highway. Why? The story of Boston is doing bold and big things. Big and bold is what characterizes Boston. So they said, we're going to think of the boldest idea to solve this. And they wanted to bury the highways. So just take the highways out from the surface, put them underground, and then let the land and the fabric of the city and the tissue of the city heal. And that ended up being the most expensive infrastructural project in the history of the United States still today. It's called the Big Dig. You will look it up, and there's a great podcast series on that called The Big Dig. So it is a big dig. But it is a big idea, and because of that, the city healed. And the city came back to life, roaring back to life. Communities were reconnected. Housing problems were patched and solved in many respects. Now it has its problems today, but that story resonated
very well with me. Why? You go to Banaras now, go back to Banaras. In Banaras, the whole city is in the shape of a half circle. And the river, right, it forms the half circle. And there, Ganga flows northward, whereas actually the usual route is south and southeast, right? But there it actually goes northward, pointing to its origin. And the other half of the city does not exist in the physical world. So there is a story for it. The story is the other half exists in the heavens. And that is why there shall not be built ever. Now, the reality may be that there is a flood prone region and you don't build in the flood prone region, but there is a story for it that very meaningfully connects into the system of mythologies, ideas about the city, and then it becomes very meaningful. So, like Boston, there are big ideas in Banaras, bold ideas, ideas that this is a city where if one goes and dies within the Panchakroshi, there shall be no rebirth, right? So you are liberated from the cycle of birth and death, and that is the idea that animates the whole thing. Okay? And you build everything around it. And the city has been going on for 5 millennia, and it will be there for many more. All of that because of that. Now, the city has its problems, right? We all know that. It is problems of pollution, problems of housing, all kinds of issues. And still the city goes on. Same with Boston. So ultimately, I will conclude by saying that what matters, the word matters is very important here. What matters is not the physical matter. What matters is the ideas that animate whatever we do. And if those are not sound, and if those are not big enough, and those are not bold enough, and those are not meaningful enough, then they will not stand. It doesn't matter what we do. Okay, so that is my few cents of contribution to hopefully whatever you have been talking about. Perhaps this adds a dimension to it. And I look forward to learning more about whatever you would like to share. And thank you for inviting me and engaging me, and for this opportunity. Thank you. So back to you. Questions?
Thank you so much, Professor Mahesh, joining us within a very short notice and enlightening us on the aspect of city regeneration with your extreme knowledge about the East as well as West. Thank you so much, Professor.
Thank you, Dr. Mahesh Das, sir, for your valuable insights and values. Now, moving ahead, we'll have a short presentation on MUD first year work this year. And so the area of selection for this year is Pondicherry. And Starting with the presentation, uh, as mentioned, this semester's study was on Pondicherry. Um, it's located in southern part of India, and as mentioned and given a brief introduction by Lakshmi ma'am, it is a union territory located in the southern coast along the Coromandel coast of Bay of Bengal. It includes 4 districts, which is spread across on various states. That is Pondicherry, the main district, Karaikal, Mahi, and Yanam. The map on the right side shows the municipal boundary of Union Territory. So the interesting part, like how Lakshmi ma'am mentioned earlier, was that it is spread into different states and it is not an entirely contained into one single boundary. So that is one unique feature of Pondicherry. And this happened because after independence, there were a lot of French colonies that were scattered here and there, and they all joined together to form the Union Territory. It was formerly known as Pondicherry, and presently, officially, it is known as Puducherry now. And it was part of following empires at Pallava, Chola, and Pandya. And it was later incorporated into the Vijayanagar Empire. It was one unique aspect that you find only in Pondicherry is the French remnants of what they left us with, which is not found in anywhere other than India. And it was established in 1674 after the Dutch left us with a very little of Pondicherry. And it was later then captured by the British, which was again regained by French in Treaty of Paris. Right now, it is a culmination of Dutch, French, a little bit of British, and Tamil architecture that is found in the place. So we have done city level analysis and area level analysis. So the city level includes various parameters of ecology, movement, imageability, socio-economic, and other movement aspects. So starting with Pratyusha, she'll continue with the ecological layer.
Hello everyone, I'll be talking about the city level study in the ecological aspect. Um, Pondicherry is a low lying city which is located on the coastal plains of India in the Coromandel coast. Since it's a low lying area, it is very prone to and its proximity to the Bay of Bengal. It is prone to cyclonic hazards. Also, ecologically, Pondicherry is home to various ecosystems such as the mangroves, the coastlines, and it supports a variety of marine life. Uh, Pondicherry has very little forest cover, um, and the major cause of depletion for the vegetation in recent years is due to urban sprawl, pollution, and deforestation for the rapid urbanization which is happening in the small area of Pondicherry. And also, as mentioned before by ma'am, agriculture is also depleting due to the increasing tourism aspect in Pondicherry. Next, talking about the hydrology, we have 2 major rivers which are in close proximity to Pondicherry city. One is the Jinji River and another is the Panayar River. The Jinji River forms the estuary called Tengitaitu, which contains the mangrove forests, which has become a major tourist attraction apart from the beach and the French town. Pondicherry is surrounded by various water bodies and man-made lakes, one of which is the Osudu Lake, which lies in the northwestern part of Pondicherry. It used to be one of the major water supply source for the city of Pondicherry. In recent years, it has been declared as a wetland by the government of India, where there are a lot of migratory birds coming to the wetland. Due to its low-lying terrain as well as the rivers surrounding it and the coastline, it is a high risk area in flood. That's also the coastline of Pondicherry. Also, the coastline of Pondicherry lies in an area which sees moderate coastal erosion. Also, due to its proximity to Bay of Bengal, it lies in a high-risk cyclone hazard area. The major environmental risk in the city of Pondicherry is due to deforestation, the flooding, the cyclones, and pollution, and it experiences very little seismic hazards. Uh, Speaking ecologically, mangroves is a major part of Pondicherry. So the mangroves, it helps in preserving the water quality and helping prevent major repercussions from cyclones during cyclones, and also helps during flooding. So the government initiatives regarding ecology in environmental aspect is formation of beaches due to this coastal erosion. There was a lot of coastal land which was being claimed by the sea. So the government initiated formation of beaches. So this is one area where they reclaimed the beach or sandy part of the beach. The government has established the Puducherry Climate Cell and other such institutions where they work towards a sustainable ecological aspect. We did a SWOT analysis on the ecological aspect of Pondicherry. The strengths of Pondicherry lie in its existence of the mangrove forests and the rich ecologic ecosystems of coastal and marine life. The weakness is the coastal erosion which happens. The major threats to Pondicherry are the climate change as well as increasing tourism which affects the biodiversity there. We have a major opportunity to create green and blue infrastructure as well as urban forests in the Pondicherry area. Thank you. No. Next, we have history.
Good afternoon, all. So I'll be explaining history for this part. As we have all heard, we have already heard 2-3 people explain about history, but I have a little more a brief description or a little more elaborated description on it. So the entire thing has been converted into a timeline, so it's very easy to understand. So the whole history has been divided into 3 parts, which is the pre-colonial stage and the colonial stage and the current era. So this slide explains the pre-colonial era, in which the timeline, as you see, you can have a look at this and you can understand that during the beginning ages, we can find evidences of Pondicherry as back as from the Bronze Ages, where historic evidences of tools have been found in and around the areas of Pondicherry. And then after that, from 180 to 13 AD, we have a very happening age or a happening era where a lot of important, valuable informations have been collected all over from the South India that have been linked to Pondicherry or is directly in Pondicherry. As we can see, in first AD, there are granite stones scattered, found around the old temple of Vedapureshwara, which describes about the land called Pallam or Pallatur, which was the old names of Pondicherry. And then by 2 to 3 BC, we have um, the creator of the Tamil grammar, who was said to be born in Pondicherry area at the time, called as Pombadi. And then, as we know, in the colonial era, we have this interlinked association with the traditional or the Tamil and the colonial part. This existed way before in history also, where in the 2 to 3 BCs, there was a contradiction between the Brahmachari and the Parachari, which means the Brahmachari is the settlement of the Brahmins or the elite class, and then the Parachari means settlements of the outcast. And then by the time of 8 AD, we again have this contradiction where it was considered as an ur and a sheri. So it was either a settlement or a town. So these duality between the settlements has been existing from way beyond colonial periods. And then by the time of first AD, we have this Roman traders who have come to Arikamedu, which is just beside Pondicherry's current location. And there have been reminiscences of trade by the evidences of clothes, dyed fabric, and potteries. By 8th AD, there are scriptures from as far as Agasteshwara, which is in the southmost tip of the southmost tip of India, which describes the area of Pondicherry, which is currently now settled there. And then for 4th AD, we have the parts of the area of Pondicherry, which is currently occupied, was under the Pallava kingdom. And in 13th AD, it was part occupied by the Pandyas. In 10th AD, you have descriptions of other names which was describing Pondicherry as Poduka, Poduke, and Poltame. And then in 1950s, there was a rise of Shiva temples in the south, in the north east parts of the current located city. In 16th AD, there is the starting of high rise or high demand on shipbuilding and trades. So this is the beginning of exploration beyond or around from that local boundary. So after shipbuilding became a main thing, people started to come and go from longer distances. By the time of 1315, the current Pondicherry was under the bigger empire of Vijayanagara, and in the 1530s, we have evidences of um, Dutch explorer mapping Pondicherry on his travels. By the time of 1551, Portuguese has come to this place for trades. So that was the first colonial settlement. That it was started with Pondicherry, Portuguese, and then Portuguese left because of a war situation which they lost. By this time, Pondicherry was also known as Polacheri, and a few other names. And then so this is the starting of the colonial period. Later in 1624, the Dutch took possession from the Portuguese because the Portuguese left, and then they started establishing big warehouses and signs of fortification. So they established bigger mansions and all. In 1673 to 1693, the took their French took the area from Dutch and established the Fort Louis, which was located in current Bharati Park. They had a fortification there at the time. And in 1693, there was another Dutch empire who came. In 17,000s, by the time of 17,000s, the farmlands were converted into settlements, and by 1760, the Muslim quarters was established. In 1960 to 17,000s, the Dutch again re-established from the French, and in the whole colonial period, we see this exchange of French to another establishment. So it was Portuguese to French, and then French to Dutch, Dutch to British, French to British. And that transaction, in each transaction, something major came about, like the Immaculate Church and the establishments of the trade routes, etc. So that happens in from 1783 till 1793. By the time of 1920s, by the time of 1920, the railway was established in Pondicherry, and more or less the whole fabric of Pondicherry, as we see today, was established. By 1963, Sir Aurobindo Ashram Aurobindo was established, and in 1964, the Union Territory was formed. And by that time, we have this whole brief of the colonial period. After that, we have the current till the current date, which is mainly marked by the Auroville formation between 1968 and by 1970s, the tourism and urban expansion started to begin. In 1992, the Pondicherry Planning Authority was formed, and in 2004, Pondicherry was affected by a flood. In 2005, the heritage conservation initiatives were started. In 2014, the Smart City Mission. 2015, inclusion in the Amrit program, which established the water supply, sewage systems, etc. In 2020, the COVID brought us to taught us how Pondicherry would be without the tourists or the heavy traffic flow. People became more connected with the community spaces, and the heritage conservation was taken more seriously. In 2030, sustainable coastal development projects were established, and the last reform have been made for 2036 master plan. Thank you.
Good afternoon, everyone. I'm Jayashree. So, coming to the movement, so we have four sorts of movement in Pondicherry. So, we have the air route, sea, and rail and road network. So, coming to the air routes, Pondicherry has a domestic airport which is connected to the three airports, which are Bangalore, Chennai, and Hyderabad. So coming to the sea routes, like now it is being used as a domestic port, which is not connected to like not for the international exports. It is only connected to ports like Chennai, Krishnapatnam, and Kakinada and Vishakhapatnam. In which one of them we have is like National Waterway 4, which is NW4, which is being connected from Pondi Port to Kakinada Port. So we like with this Sagarmala project, it is also being connected to ports like Kochi, Colombo, and Port Blair. Port Blair, there used to be a connection between it till 2011, but due to lack of infrastructure, so Port Blair is not being currently used. So coming to the rail network, being as a terminal station, it is connected through via Villupuram. It has 15 rail routes, 15 trains that are passing through it. And coming to the road network, while considering the Golden Quadrilateral, it is not directly connected to the Golden Quadrilateral. It is connected via Tindivanam. So we have this national highway, which is NH66, through which it is being connected to the Golden Quadrilateral. So the road which is connected to the Tindivanam is diverging into three parts, which connects to Chennai, Vellore, and Pochampalli, and being connected to the Golden Quadrilateral. And coming to the tourist places nearby, within 50 to 150 kilometers, we have two popular tourist destinations like Auroville, Mahabalipuram, Ginji Fort, Chidambaram, Kanchipuram, etc. And also, in the second image, we can observe that to how it is connected to the nearby cities through which routes we are connecting to. So, and what are the highways and state highways, national highways that are being connected to the other cities. So how it is being connected to the remaining cities. So next we'll have image second.
Imageability. So according to the Kevin Lynch principles, we have 5 elements: path, node, landmark, district, and the age. So imageability of Pondicherry is very unique in its aspects because it has the coastal ranges in the one sketch we can see. It has the coastal ranges, it has the promenade where the French developments we can see, and it has a backdrop of Tamil architecture. And on the other hand, we can see it's a unique blend of Tamil architecture
buildings and skyline of very beautiful buildings that forms the image of the Pondicherry. Here we can see, like by the city, there are many districts and edges are formed because of the natural and man-made determinants. So the natural determinants is the sea, where the city starts, and from there the districts also started. The major district is the Boulevard town, in which it again makes two districts of French and Tamil town, where we can see a very uh, beautiful architectural elements of French style architecture and Tamil style architecture, and also uh, the major like the natural water bodies forms edges, and inside that also islands forms the little districts, and so it makes a very unique from other districts of cities. And as we can see the land major landmarks of the city as the war memorial, churches, temples, and the Gandhi statue. So we can see the variation of styles, cultures, and build types, which can be seen in the Pondicherry, which is very different. And in the maps, we can locate the paths, which are both uh, like planned in grid plans and organic. So it makes a very unique image of the city. Next, socio-culture.
Good afternoon. This is Likita, and I'm talking about socio-cultural part of Pondicherry. Yeah. Pondicherry is a French settlement consisting of four different parts like Mahai, Karaikal, Pondicherry, and Yanam. Post-independence, all these remained under the French until 1954. The cultural heritage, the cultural heritage is woven in diverse population. It had including Tamil, Malayalis, and French and Franco. During the pre-French period, Tamils and Telugu culture were very prominent, and they were known for the richness and trade and agriculture in diversified cultural practices. During the French period, they arrived in 17th century, where they established colonial architecture, shaping the town's unique identity. And the present day Pondicherry embraces both French and Indian tradition, with the increase in population due to its touristy contribution and promoting the economic growth. Uh, Aurobindo's life had a major impact in Pondicherry's development. He was one of the revolutionary leaders during the independence time. He came to spirituality much later after he was in political activism. He came to Pondicherry to escape the British surveillance because it is under French rule. Therefore, there was a lot of cultural and social impact on the development of Pondicherry. Yeah. Understanding demographics of Pondicherry. This is the administrative area is around 294 square kilometers, where the gender ratio equals to 1,038 females to 1,000 males. The literacy rate around 2011 census tells us at around 85.8%, and the population in 2001 was around 7,32,334, whereas in 2011 it was 9,50,000, where we can see a major growth of 29.2 percentage in it. Yeah, these are the people. This is the people and lifestyle influences, where the housing characteristics were based on communal grouping, where Hindu housing typology had characteristics such as a feature of central courtyard that fosters family interactions and religious practices. In Muslim housing typology, there were features like intricate lattice work for privacy and ventilation with flat roofs and courtyards. In Christian housing typology, the characteristics were with colonial influences, elements like arched windows, high ceilings, and tilted roofs. Colors tend to be more subdued compared to Indian homes. with mixed communities, characteristics where religious communities intermingle, housing typologies may blend elements from different architectural styles, creating a unique fusion. Yeah, the important festivals of Pondicherry that give us a major look into how they shape during the peak times are the Auroville anniversary, Basilisk Day, Masimagam during February March, Firewalking Festival, and Villanur Temple Car Festival.
So to begin with the area level study, I would like to quote Lakshmi ma'am because it's the favorite part of the town that is actually being studied in area level. The 3 wards that has been actually made by our classmates. So, like my earlier teammate Kalyani also mentioned about how imageability and how aesthetic Pondicherry is in terms of architecture. So, we've analyzed all the 5 Kevin Lynch factors and elements in the Bolivar town alone. So, giving the major parts that include the Anna Salai stretch, Bussy Street, MG Road, and the Promenade Road. And the nodes analysis have been made into 2 different types, where traffic nodes and activity nodes. Traffic node was mostly observed near the commercial streets in Jane Street, near the Goba market especially. So that's been made as the biggest circle that can be noticed in the map. And the most prominent activity node is in the Gandhi Square, the Gandhi statue, and near the Bharati Park circle. So that's about parts and nodes. And for the adjacent districts, as earlier what Asetambi sir had told, the districts have been split according to French, Tamil, Christian, and Hindu. So that can be noticed in the map. And the prominent edges that's in the boulevard is the canal, that is a very historic edge and one of the oldest edges that splits the black and white town in history, and the promenade edge, which differentiates the sea from land, and the edge in down which splits the boulevard from the other parts of Pondicherry. So, and the landmarks, very popular landmarks include Guba Market, Rajnivas, and all the French monuments that are there on the Promenade Road, as well as other architectural marvels that include temples, basilicas, and mosques also come under the landmarks that are prominent inside the boulevard. And over to morphology and heritage.
Hello everyone. We'll start with morphological dimension of Pondicherry. As we all know, Pondicherry divided into like French and Tamil zones. Tamil zone have a distinct architectural style with the densely packed build forms, and then it also creates a community, but it tends to made a challenges like privacy and then personal space. As per the French area is more like a full of residential and institutional areas with the rich facades reflecting colonial aesthetics. It also forms like it's like more setbacks and then beautiful streets inside the boulevard itself. It's the canal, the central canal divides the Tamil and the French areas. And then we also studied about this sector-wise analysis as per French, Tamil, and Tamil Muslim sectors. As per the French sector, it's originated from 1930s, and then almost dimension from 50 by 50 or 50 by 100 meters, and then its orientation more towards like east and west as well as north and south. Each building typology follows less bungalow types kind of architecture style they follows. And then as per the Tamil sector, it also originated from 1930s and then it dimension. Yeah. Like the planning development, like buildings, build forms. Okay, ma'am, we will check. But the sector dimension and all. Yeah. Yeah, the orange. Yeah. That's 1600s. Mm. Mm. Yes. Hmm. As per the Tamil sector, dimension is 20, like 50 by 200 meters. Sizes. Yeah, Tamil sector is more like a compacted. Some error is happened to this with the facial character. Hmm. Yes. Okay, French is like coarse grain, and then Tamil is fine grains, and then Muslim area is more like a community space. Okay.
So as per sir also explained us about the grades. So in the boulevard town we have many heritage buildings which are located in this map. So again, as we studied and surveyed Pondicherry, we also found that a lot of buildings that was graded in the map are many of them are now abandoned or getting renovated. So that we remapped again in this thing. And as per the Intech Pondicherry studies, there were 1,807 heritage buildings, and they are degrading. And we can see the tourism and its impact. Slowly from early 1960s, the streets started getting polluted with retailer ranging from clothing boutiques and shops and cafes. Being the territory, Pondicherry enjoyed a few tax relaxations, and the commercials extended, so locals are getting like no space to breathe in their own towns. But coming to the restoration works of towns, we can see Tamil streetscapes and French streetscape there that was designed, and they stand as the heritage of Pondicherry today.
So looking at the movement, how the movement is going inside the Boulevard town. So we can see on the left hand side, there's a road hierarchy map, which is based on the road width. So we can see there's a peripheral road, which is much higher in the width. Then there are few roads which are going from north to south are also high in width, but they are also filled with the commercial activities. For example, the MG Road on the both sides, we can see the commercial activities happening. And we can subdivide these roads according to their uses. The first one you can see the connecting roads, which are like these are the roads which are connecting this old boulevard region to the other part of the city. And the second part is the crossing roads, which are majorly the traffic which is crossing through the city, the old boulevard region. So MG Road, Mission Road, JLN, and Bussy Streets are a few of the major roads which are getting all the traffic coming from, which is the traffic which is passing through the boulevard. And the other remaining streets are acting kind of distributing roads, which distributes the traffic throughout the city. Then these we studied how the road utilization is happening right now. So in especially in French town, there are few areas where the roads have a wider placement, but those are not used as such. But in the Tamil area, we can see the roads are not that wide, but they have a good congestion, and a lot of activities are actually happening there. So at junctions of few streets, majorly the commercial streets, we can see a lot of traffic congestion happening. So at this point, we have shown few intersection points as in uh, the road congestion which is coming from the north side to the boulevard. There is one junction there, Ajanta Signal Junction. Like that, there are four junctions. We studied how the traffic congestion is happening and what are the factors affecting it. This is a kind of study which we did for seeing the pedestrian usage which is happening inside the boulevard. So currently there is heavy pedestrian movement across the commercial streets and towards the which is going towards the promenade region. But other streets are like they are moderate in pedestrian movement. We can see that the city is not so big. It's a very walkable city, but in the real life scenario, the city is not acting like that. So actually, because the city is very walkable and there's a lot of two-wheeler rental things happening in the city, so we have a lot of two-wheeler congestion happening inside the boulevard region. So this is a very walkable city. We can promote walkability throughout the city. We can promote cycling also, but it is not happening right now. So let's do the function
and next, we will speak about the function and open space structure of the city. So we first started with mapping the different types of activities and about the built space what they have been using in predominant spaces, and we have marked through the different shops kind of things and churches and the different typology of buildings in the sheets. And next, we tried to get inferred from this sheet about what how much the area is being trafficked at which point of the time which is being critically active, and which part of the open space is being active and thing. This is the open space structure. So this is the how much the predominant open space are uh, in the center part of the garden, and the southern part, which is the tourist area. Issues and we're starting.
So these will be a series of slides where we'll be explaining about issues and potentials that we observed in our study area. So to begin with imageability, major parts like Nehru Street, MG Road, what we observed was that they are commercial streets and are highly, like even the Sunday market that happens on MG Road is one of the reasons why it's a major path. And they don't have a reflection with respect to what Pondi's heritage or Pondi's exterior history had. So that is one of the things we observed with respect to paths. And it's just the canal, which was earlier stormwater drain, is now being used as a sewage, which is highly not what it was intentional for, and also takes a high take on visual character of the canal. And the earlier history, what we read is just an imagination for us. And similarly, nodes also like the Goba Market and Nehru Street, that node, one of the major roads also, which is also serves as an activity and a traffic node, doesn't exhibit exemplary heritage or Pondicherry's essence in there. And landmarks, even though like a lot of landmarks are scattered all over Pondicherry, towards the western side of Pondicherry, there is one. There is not much of an influence of a landmark. So we observe that there is going to be a proposal for a new stadium, which could be a potential landmark. So over to the morphology and heritage team.
No, ma'am. Proposal is we have made a proposed structure plan that has people from all groups, so it's a combined group. So we have different layers of these topics under. Yeah, morphology.
Sometimes not at all the issue is not if you have some positive features, you can just leave it as it is. You don't create an issue why there is no issue. Okay. So like first putting forward things like no problem or the way what are you going to do? Well, do something quite clear because
Yeah, that's what I'm why they did not that or else
What differentiates us from the I'm sure you all have done urban studies also. But then what you don't talk about it as it you're just saying what it's something one particular farm or individual that other needs to take needs to take and find out why that particular or area. Which is why I ask you, are you going to look at issues that I think the whole class is because collaborate and coordinate your stuff. But then you come to that understanding. Then you have more people. It's a learning process, right? It's always not a trial and error. Don't worry. It just goes on like that. But actually, it's very shallow. You just think what you're that's not kind of document. This is the next level of document. You find out things happening there. Why, how, what makes it happen. Then you find out whether that happening is possible or negative. If it is positive, leave it as it is. Don't have to see everywhere. If it is negative, then put it as a problem and say what you want to do. Or what is the problem? Those questions are very important. The how, the why, the what, the when, the where. Questions are important. That's how issues are generated. Right? You just have to keep, fighting with each other, debating with each other, and you will come up with it. Yeah, I don't think you Your class doesn't fight with each other, is it? When I did UD, we never had such a fight to do. None of my classmates would have made me, get out of that stage after having, spoken like this. They would have crashed me there. They won't wait for the faculty. We get crashing from our own classmates. I think you need to do that, yeah. Start debating, start fighting. It's the validity of the data.
Even though I feel it is wrong now, but I'll just go ahead with it. So, these are some of the issues that we identified under morphology and heritage that talks about the character, shift in usage patterns, recreational spaces and infrastructure, environmental aspects. So, under these, we identified a few things like there are a lot of historical preservation works that is going, but then how do we combat it with the modernization that is happening? So, that was one aspect that we looked into. And there was shift in usage patterns, like how we saw in the 2036 master plan. It's all proposed to be mixed use and commercial. So what do we do about things like that? That was the main focus. One of the parameters that we had identified under morphology. And other than that, there was recreational spaces and infrastructure. It is a totally compacted space with very minimal open spaces in and around the boulevard. So, lack of green spaces. What do we do about it? Things like that we looked into. And environmental aspects, like how Nikita ma'am talked about, that it is very integral how we inculcate all those aspects into the built environment. Things like coastal depletion, flooding, urban heat island effect. How do we compact all this? So, some of the major issues that we identified.
Where did you witness urban heat island and urban that is definitely by the ocean. How does it become urban? So, the urban heat effect is
Um, so talking about the movement, so we can see, especially on the promenade side, the people are not using the promenade during the daytime. Only in the evening and the early morning time because the sun heat is low, the people are using it. But we can. That's a very beautiful stretch and can be used with if we have a good shading there. Just roam around. They have good cafes and all there. So daytime we can, and especially because of the traffic. Few. No, sir. Not beach actually. To get the view of the beach, maybe if there's some kind of shading, so it will disturb the vision. Oh, that I don't know, sir. Hmm. But can be promoted. Okay. And near to the MG road and the peripheral road, which is there, a lot of traffic congestion points are there. And because there's many roads which are like now one way, and even with the one way, because of the commercial activities, the parkings are there on the road, which is yeah only. And yes, no, only these. But during like the daytime, they have a lot of parking which encroaches the road width. So the ROW is decreased during the peak times. So those are few. No, nothing. It's like one way is good also. No, sir. And yeah, that's all. I
Have you ever seen people breaking their target?
yes, sir. We have seen.
Then why are they breaking?
Because the alternate route might not be.
So if you ask the people who are living there, the stakeholders, the primary stakeholders, is one way good for you? What one way?
We haven't. In my studies on there was no one way. Okay. Hmm.
They are not there.
Yes, sir. To get to their residence. No. Hmm.
But you know why they want on both sides? Just to facilitate James Street as a commercial street.
Yes. Hmm.
And you know the FAR of James Street.
Hmm. No.
There are bylaws. Morning ma'am was talking about why they went for FAR to where they're being forced.
Hmm.
So how will if you don't know FAR James Street, how will you fight for it? How will you resolve this issue? See, this is what is you people need to put your data, you need to read between data. We are now looking at isolated data. You will never come up with, real issues.
Okay.
We are only throwing a bunch of after you answer all these questions, just pointers to ask yourself all these questions. That's the strategy. Find out if you don't have that.
Hmm.
You start what study organization, might find sectors, an opportunity might coming from another sector work. Then you build that work. So that goes for all the groups. To come to squad, to do that, we need to ask ourselves what questions matter, that go to them and asking ourselves all the questions. Then talk to each other and then build this squad.
Right, got it.
For example, let's give a class. Okay, the whole class is reading this, right? And the first bullet point is urban materials. We all know what is urban. And one of these fight or defense, why he says you ask me, I will put it under, as a resident, I will put it under this. So, we need to fight out why is this. This morning I told you the problem, that is because of this was your problem, not yours. So if you don't just put bullet points and say, it is like, please understand why is this, how is it different? Someone different when you have to press in your
How do people
actually go through. Someone has to go. Okay, this group is now a vulnerable group, open to all the class crashing. You participate in this now. You are the demonstration. Someone asked me now.
Ma'am, for gradient pattern, I think always easy to navigate. It's always easy to have an alternate route to go to your place of where you want to go. And maybe it's easy for the services also. So it's a great, easy to manage, easy to like demarcate like this zone.
So I would like to answer for that. Like when we went there, we found like being it perpendicular roads, we felt like okay, it is easy. We can navigate through. Like we felt like okay, now we are on this particular road, so now we can take left or right. So like when it is not some radial or something, we might check which direction we might go. But here we can find some way where like which leads to this way. If we give some proper signages kind of thing, it is easy for people who are new to that place can easily go to their destination. So we felt
And why is certain roads are wider? Why is other roads are shorter? You only told us that it is because of the wind movement. It catches the wind movement and it passes through the city. So those roads actually help.
French map, published French map, something called as a pagoda. The pagoda is nothing but the existing temple. So the temple that you have there existed before, and we all know that traditional pattern of settlement, temple is normally not example. And if you read over this architecture, colonial outpost right from the Roman time is based on the time, and that is because of control. There are patterns, patterns of control, not away from our past. So lots of people need to colonial control. Okay. Sorry again. Yeah. As Peter said, evidence-based research suggests that the grid-on pattern is one of the most, is the toughest pattern for wayfinding and orientation. So not just talking out of it is established by research by staff by system. Even you said it's easy to wayfind, right? I'm a resident, okay. To this day, if I have to go to Parliament or say, you know what I do? I will come to this junction, turn from here and come 1, 2, 4, 5, 6, 7. Or if I come from here, I take 1, 2, 3, 4, 7. Or if I forget to count, I will go stand at the corner, read the board. It's impossible. It's really very, very difficult to find a way to fill and part. Unless you also know the buildings. And since these are commercial stretches, the boards keep changing very rapidly. So even if I'm letting I go out of town and come back, it's difficult. So when you put something like urban grid and layout and strength, the class should, ask them, why is it? That is a unique. And how you can, fight amongst yourselves. So, I mean, with this exercise, understanding you are doing this exercise, it's not, it just doesn't make sense. I think it just stop and go to the exercise. Sorry, I don't know whether the time is granted. Yeah, I do understand. But I think it's time to challenge that is there. Might be possible that certain challenges might also there. In your case, that satisfying directly. Why is certain challenge works well? Why could it be a weakness? Why could it fall under all challenges? But now, what is science? And one are the types of further design on. Which ones are stronger,
I,
not based on your personal opinion. You are ready to talk. You can simply ignore that is government designed by the good for great orientation. Who will give you a but then that is evidence-based. We keep talking about evidence, especially in urban, because in architecture, you have a person in front of client. The client is going to aspect of that your proposal. But here you're talking to the public, which means it's not your opinion that matters. It's the logic, the rationale, the evidence that matters. So your proposals should be highly, highly rational and acceptable.
I would like to. Yeah, no, actually, it's a good thing. Actually, I would like to discuss maybe a couple of or 3 points, not for your group, actually for the entire class. Uh, is it possible to share the screen of the entire Pondicherry city? Maybe in the Google, yeah, Google Map. Yeah. If you see that, all the guys actually zoom out, okay? See, Pondicherry, which is having a larger extent, okay? The urban area and the agglomeration is a larger extent, okay? So probably the study area is chosen as a one territory, or maybe which is a territory which is having a multiple presence, which is having a different qualities and all, okay? So where is the logic of urban intervention here in this studio? Urban level interventions where? You may talk about the peripherals of the Pondicherry, the growth corridors, industrial areas, okay, how the historical settlements and how it was evolved over a time, okay, and how the pattern was generated over a time, and how it was taken off later on, okay. So here I think actually some conflict where I can easily, it is indicating that, okay, urban level interventions versus territory level intervention. Probably your interventions are limited to one specific typology, okay, which is having a very distinguished character, maybe a French or maybe combination of 2 or 3 communities and all, okay. But definitely in the master's level, we expect larger urban interventions, okay, which is, you may come up with some kind of logical connections, growth corridors and all, okay, those kind of potential, where that is the lifeline of the entire Pondicherry for the people in the larger context. So the one thing. And the second one is, if you go to zoom in, yeah. What is the grid array pattern it was taken, okay, which is having a very good territory over there, okay. Why that pattern was not extended further beyond? Why it was broken, that tendency, okay, the geometry and the pattern, why people are not accepted? Maybe in the social conditions, maybe in the cultural conditions, economical conditions, maybe political, okay. Why that the pattern was not taken further? Or vice versa. The external pattern is so informal, so organic, why it was not emerged here in this, extended in this territory and all. So what is the intervention? Because the crux of this studio, it is lying on that pattern understanding. Okay, why it was broken, why it was denied on that. You understood? What is the clusters was formulated. The circuits are there, which was extended from one territory to another territory, or one district to another district, or one corridor to another corridor. Okay, if you see the urban heat island, okay, probably you may talk about the cross section of the entire that region to across the city to the other side of the city. Then you can see that, okay, and from that coastline to this side. If you see the two cross sections, compare the things, volumes, open spaces, vegetations and all, okay. windward directions, leeward directions, whatever the things, seasons changes, how it is going to be there. So what way it have the impact on the urban area is a larger context, maybe 200 square meters, 4 kilometers, maybe 300, 100 plus square kilometers. So probably you may uh, talk about more macro level understanding, okay, cross sections understanding to develop some kind of a model, urban design model, framework. The frameworks and the model, it will give the proper guidelines towards your design. Okay, probably I can see these are some territory level instead of urban. You understood the point. So you may go with the interventions from this level to the larger level guidelines or that to here. Okay, maybe biosphere or maybe the larger context and all. Okay, somewhere there is some gap where I can clearly see, I can able to see that from the study interventions. Another one is master's level. We expect not only the SWOT. SWOT it is depends on the ideology. If you talk about the SWOT analysis in the economic level, your SWOT analysis is different. Ecological level perspective, that's what things will go in a different line. Okay, we should be very refined. Okay, what exactly the SWOT analysis you are interpreting or you are analyzing to develop what future of this. Shall we accept the same Pondicherry for another 50, 100 years? Urban designer, how we can interpret? Shall we leave it like that? One way, because of the culture and the tradition, because of having the cap, okay, the entire Pondicherry, the heart of the Pondicherry, the entire the territory, which is transforming into a commercial activity. Okay, shall we accept that? Why it was flooded with the commercial transformation? Why? What is the question of morphology here in our? Shall we accept that? Why it was controlled? Why that things that happen? Because people they want that. They want that necessity. They want generate money. Basically, cities are driven by the money economy. Okay, so those are the potential areas. The people they want to generate money and all. That's why that entire land use converted into markets, commercial areas. We have to accept that. But what extent? So where I can take a deflection, make them to different growth corridor. I want to, instead of hub, I want to disperse them into different corridors, development corridors. Okay, where is that potential? Where is the analysis? So we don't want to see the cities should be mugging with all these things. Okay, we want to see in a flexibility. We want to see the future, how it's supposed to take a deflection. Okay, what is the potential of the line of corridors, districts. Okay, so many factors will come. I think actually, if you delve your understanding from the other side of the pie, from different regions and growth corridors, industrial sectors, okay, the cultural, religious circuits in and around. Okay, if you see and connect your area, study area, probably your interventions may go in a different manner. Probably logically, you may develop so many plugins, so many viable, what you can say, the solutions for that. Otherwise, within the shell, within that small cross grid iron pattern, you're talking about the imageability and all those things. Okay, what extent? So what? What is the innovation we are taking up this one? What is the guidelines you are preparing for the another 10 years or 20 years, 30 years? What is the phase-wise development you want to go there? What kind of operations you are going to be suggest for the Pondicherry or that area should be sustained for another 20 years or 30 years or 100 years? Where is that program? So you can see the very complex manner. Okay, we need a very multidisciplinary, okay, and more empathic way of dealing with the cities. I hope understood the point. Any questions you have? Thank you. See, take it is a very positive way because since you have a time, probably you may come up with something logically where you can convince your program. Whatever you've done, fine, but still there is a need to feed law, more conventional way, more systematic way, more evidence-based way, what we discussed in the morning and all, okay? More analytical manner.
I think saw that there was a common pattern. That's the reason why we are talking to the house. In fact, the market that whatever little time we have, why don't we convert it into total of
Let it have an interaction, man. Let it have a let's have the questions, conversations. Okay, let's develop a theory building. In fact, I'm connecting to extending the madam's suggestion also. So, grid and pattern actually moderately good for moderately, not 100%, moderately good for the wayfinding. Okay, wayfinding, best wayfinding in the urban mobility is the concentric radial pattern. Okay, so because people they can see from the hub, center of the space, maybe a place, they can see where they can go. They can take the decisions immediately. When coming to the grid iron pattern, they are because of the avenues and because of the streets very clearly bifurcated, okay, fractured very clearly. So people they can understand the scale of the urban areas because of the clear-cut division of the blocks, maybe a super block. Okay, so there they can able to predict, interpret that. Okay, they can reach the destination within some time. Okay, so that is the one thing. And if you come into the cities like coastal areas, predominantly it was generated by the geographical constraints, the linear pattern, linear. Okay, so there the wayfinding is also moderately. Once you come into these, what you can call that, very informal streets and all, there actually the wayfinding is very less, very poor. Because these comments given by some of these research, it was pointed by that. Okay. Since my PhD is also in the same line, wayfinding is also. Okay. So you should know how pattern is generating, what kind of pattern, okay, what is the ideation behind that, okay, what way it is satisfying the needs of the people in the urban areas. Very, very important. So if you see to the city structure of the New York, most of the American cities are clear-cut bifurcation of the things. They want to do that, that's all, okay, because they want to clear-cut avenues should be there. Very clear-cut urban design guidelines are there. They don't want to experiment much. Quite contrast to the UK, European, okay, you can go with the more classical division of the urban area. Blocks are different. Superstructures are different. I think Karthik may be given so much of examples of European examples like Venice or Rome or whatever. Okay, so there's a cluster. The super blocks are very different. It's very clearly it is encouraging the pedestrian movement. Okay, the plazas are well defined there. Quite interested to hear that. Here, the same division is also in place here in the Pondicherry in the one territory, not in an urban area. You understand the point? So you can understand pattern and scale. Okay. And nowadays, actually, urban design is tuning towards more neuro response to urban design. So whatever the design, whatever the scale, whatever the pattern is coming, whatever the zoning is coming, what way it links to the human perception. Fundamentally, it's connected to that. So how this urban design is well equipped to connect to the human perception, human wayfinding, attention, human attention and all. If you keep on there, then probably you may solve a lot of problems.
Okay. Now you want to understand, no problem. But let us see the gap between the protein and those. Okay. Next group. The two questions public. Why do we generate 12 questions? Now, two This discussion, this questioning must take you to the next stage. Take the next proposal. This question understands that. So, do some thinking. Then come together. Okay, guys, okay, let's have the session, please. Come on, guys.
Online person. Nobody is there in online.
Nobody is there. It's very formal. Something is good and fun. Okay, come on, let's have your question. Let's have the in time to take a minute. All we have to watch is
Come back then. I really have it.
Okay, so what you do is you take the first lesson of all these because I believe the first lesson will be more valid. Okay. So, and how would you suggest combating dichotomy of the transit mix populace with adversely so adversely affected? Okay. Would you like to explain the question first?
Okay, one of the groups, the first question, how would you suggest combating the congestion and the dichotomy of the tourist native populace without adversely affecting the other? Who's the other here? Each other. Okay, so your question is like there is currently a conflict between the requirements or the necessities of the tourists and the native people.
Yes.
Okay, and how do we solve this or how do we address this? Is it? Okay. Any takes on that? They're saying currently there is a dichotomy or a conflict between the necessities of the tourists and the native people. So, how do you address this? Okay, I think if I were to answer that, you should understand that there are certain prime necessities for the resident and there are some prime necessities for the tourist. The tourist is not here to upgrade his economic status, right? He's here to spend. The resident here is requiring to upgrade his economic status. I'm giving you an example. He is not here to spend lavishly. Your dichotomy is very clearly revealed. Once you understand the economic, the demand and supply between the two groups. So now you know which economic activities will address the aspirations of the residents, which economic activities will address the aspirations of the tourists. Now make a chart and cancel the necessities which conflict each other. And you got a responsible necessities chart. Is that so difficult to do? Yes or no? There will be various conflicts. Okay, social, economic, various conflicts. But then you need to put them under categories and you need to keep on addressing them. Okay, let me give you two simple examples. We already spoke about this in Pondicherry. One is the liquor tax evasion. And we know a large percentage of tourists come down to Pondicherry for this. It's a form of entertainment. They get benefited. But what happens to the local populace? Economically, it is revenue generating, but then culturally and morally, is it good for the populace? So you make these charts. I'll give you another example. 15 years back, Pondicherry had what is called as a VAT exemption, value added tax. So if you set up industry and factories in Pondicherry, in Union Territories, even Delhi had this for some time, you will have a lot of tax benefits. So in the the late 90s and the early 2000s, there were lots of factories. In fact, some of the communes that I showed you, Sedarapet, right? All those communes were basically industrial communes. You had lots of factories which came up. Within a span of 10 years, there was so much of industrial activity that happened. You should go to your economic indicators and check the secondary, sector. But around somewhere, I don't know the exact year, but a little late in the 2000s, Pondicherry's VAT exemption was removed. And that immediately, in the next 5 years, it showed in the economic activities. A lot of factories withdrew, warehouses, good owning withdrew. Because of this employment going out, a lot of people became unemployed. So it's a direct economic, influence on the populace. So if you can, because of its, special status, administrative status as UT, if you can allow it to have VAT exemption, what is wrong? Now you tell me as a professional, would you like liquor tax exemption or would you rather suggest advocate VAT exemption? As to the whole studio, what will you, advocate? Come on, yaar. Order. See, that's your generation conflict. I cannot help there. But then this is where you come in as responsible professionals. One tax exemption is good for the place, brings employment, revenue generation with no adverse effect. One tax exemption, yes, it's good for the people who come and go, but extremely bad for the people who are staying here. So it's your call. Now, what you are doing, what you're going to put as policy is going to be there for the next 10 years and affecting the grandchildren of the residents. So it goes on you. Now this is how you simply, strategize policy making, but then you need to have your datas and you need to be making checklist charts and looking at conflicts and confluence. So wherever you have confluence between tourist and resident aspirations, go with it. Wherever you have conflicts between tourist and resident aspirations, cancel it. Question answered? Please.
Just to add on to what Professor Lakshmi is saying, I think in residents' point of view, the basic amenities, access to the basic amenities, should be our first priority. Let's say you are a resident of Pondicherry, and if you don't have access to the open space nearby, if you don't have access to public transport, if you don't have access to let's say a walk towards the beach, then what's the point having tourism inside Pondicherry, right? So the first priority should be the basic necessities of the residents. Because if things are human, there's no conflict. If things are, not giving any priority to the people living there, then there's a conflict.
Can I also add a little to that? So I'll bring out a perspective from one of our works on urban river management we did. It's basically a holistic approach towards rejuvenation of urban rivers. So we are talking about all stakeholders and how they interact with the river. Right now, in your example, your stakeholders are the residents and the visitors, tourists. So all stakeholders are having different needs in the situation, different wants in the situation, and different perspectives to the situation. They are having different challenges. We are designing our spaces for all of these stakeholders. We're not designing our space only for one sort of a stakeholder. What we did in URMP was try to strike a balance between the different kinds of stakeholders. Therein, we made a holistic approach by looking at the river ecology, the environment, the economy, and the social elements of it. So we are bringing in the factors which are generating economy, at the same time making sure that is not impacting on the entire ecosystem. And one of the things when you are finding that balance that I thought would be the essential stakeholder. So you are designing an area not just for the residents and for the visitors, but also for the non-living beings, the environment, the ecosystem. What is the ecosystem's need? What is the canal's need? How do you design that for? So you need to bring in all these perspectives and then create a balance out of it and design based on all of these aspects. Make sense?
Yeah, here I would also try to add something that the conflict and the change, happens normally. See, if the tourist comes, okay, the local people may feel cursing sometimes in the initial stage. Slowly, they are going to adjust, and they are going to adjust the tourist, and the cultural diversity happens. So it is goes both hand in hand. So somewhere, whenever we are trying to propose any the pockets or corridors, anything, okay. So cultural factors where I can able to integrate both local and the tourists, okay, where I can make them to congregate, okay. At the same way, how I can make them to maintain that privacy through my intellectual design. That is also very, very important where you're trying to, because people they're accepting, that's why the people are coming. Okay, so very, very cleverly you have to handle the public spaces, particularly this one. And another one is the crime. So why the crime rates are more in the tourist locations? Okay, why it is happening? This is a social issue. But as an urban designer, okay, how you can handle that issue in your intellectual plan, design in the sense. Okay, so these things, some social perspectives also need to be involved.
Pondicherry is the safest tourist place. There is no crime happening in Pondicherry, and in fact, it is listed the second best tourist place in the world.
Yeah, I'm telling
less
you,
crime.
In general.
No, in general also, tourist places are not prone to crime because people are earning from tourists.
Yeah.
The fringes of the tourist places are known for crime, not the core tourist place. The question, shading. Neither. Okay. Why there are large number of coconut trees on coastal line? Why there are no people trees or large leaf trees? Uh, the coconut trees will not resist the wind. Its leaf pattern is such that it allows the wind through it. So any shading device will allow the wind through it or it will hinder it. We are talking about shading device. So that is the reason.
Also, very importantly, this beach stretch which you have in Pondicherry, that stretch has all French architecture. And in the French architecture, initial French architecture, the sill height is very low and the lintel height is very high. So you have these very huge openings to allow for wind. And in the earlier days, they didn't have these projecting, sunshades. They didn't have projecting canopies over the windows. So that was the earlier French architecture. And since we retain that architecture more and more of it, that has become kind of a pattern, with just the plastering done and left open, right? But there are also places where you have these canopies because driving rain is a big problem in Pondicherry. So you do have it also, right? Okay. So we move on to the next question. The next question is from the imposter team. So I'll take one of yours. If the boulevard is in walkable radius, why can't we pedestrianize it? Interesting question. Appreciate it. Panel, anyone wants to answer? Okay. I'll give you a classic example for this. How many of you are from Hyderabad? Charminar? It's pedestrianized now? Yes? Have you seen it before it was pedestrianized? Yes? Yes or no? Yes. Which do you prefer? Pedestrianized. Okay. But to get the Charminar area pedestrianized for all conservation purposes, the great B.V. Doshi office, the Vastu Shilpa office, do you know how much they had to fight? They had to fight so much because it's an economic loss for a lot of the commercial outlets that are situated on the Charminar street. If you are going shopping, would you like to walk 1 kilometer or would you like to take your two-wheeler and go and just land in front of the shop, do your shopping and get out? The second option, right? Because when it comes to our needs, we want the easy way out. But when it comes to the others' needs, we will prefer anything. But please remember, that's the problem with pedestrianization. Same thing happened in Madurai. To get the first precinct along the Madurai Meenakshi Amman temple pedestrianized was such a huge problem because the shopkeepers didn't want the area to get pedestrianized. And it's true because the minute it was pedestrianized, their footfall went down and their revenues went down. So pedestrianization is indirectly proportional is indirectly proportional to economic revenue generation. And that's the reason why pedestrianization has so much of opposition. So that's one fundamental reason. And the second thing is, although it is a 1 kilometer, nice polygon, the density is immense. It's very high. So you are not able, you cannot defend asking 1,000 people to walk around up and down. It's near impossible. So it's not something called as pedestrianization alone. You have to look at other things like the traffic volume. how much of carrying capacity the road has to, compensate when it becomes pedestrianized. And even if you're going to make it pedestrianized, what is the alternative route? So if you're able to generate an alternative route around the boulevard and provide for other convenient mode, and most importantly, the mindset of the people. If I consider, taking the staircase as good for my health than taking the lift to go one floor up, then I have a different mindset. But then if I say, no, I want to take the lift to just go one floor up, then I have a different mindset. So in our country, we are more comfort. So the moment our society turns into health conscious, health driven, society, I think pedestrianization will become an easier option. So there are lots of facets to it. Anyone wants to add on?
You can think of other mobilities like e-cycles, cycles, and not allowing the vehicle inside the boulevard. That kind of things you can think of. And moreover, in the humidity, were you guys able to walk in the summer in such a humid place? No. Yeah. So it is very tough to walk. So it's better you have to alternate the mobility than completely pedestrianizing.
The next question.
I think just to add on, rather than putting our whole focus on pedestrianization, we should ensure that how walkable these environments are. Because a lot of cases, there are good pathways, there is nice infrastructure, still people don't walk. What's the reason? It's the attitude of people that they don't like that stretch. They don't like that stretch to be walked because it's not walkable. It's not just the good infrastructure that is in place, but that should be equally engaging with the people in terms of the kind of activities that are there, in terms of the kind of visual appearance that street has, right? So just by avoiding streets, just by avoiding vehicles on the streets, we cannot ensure that the entire street will be walkable.
Next question.
So this group Z or Z, how would you call it? Which group is that? Okay. So you've asked about how do we bridge the gap between data and the analysis that needs to be done. So in my understanding, you're talking about the data gaps, right? So NIUA and we particularly work on a lot of data-based information. We are creating digital dashboards, digital tools for data. And we are talking about not just these many layers, but hundreds of layers that we are dealing with every day with Namami Gange. In today's world, if you tell me data is not available, that's a faulty statement, I would tell you. Very clearly, I could tell you that. It's just that data is not available in a usable format. That is true, very true. The data that is available with different departments might not be in a format that is usable for you. It might not be in an understandable format. It might not be available at a single place for you, and it might not be available in a fashion that can be translated to a genuine use. So those things might happen. What you should start with is you'll start listing down what data sets you require. You don't need hundreds of data layers you need to understand the fine line between this much data I require for my final understanding. We can keep on going hunting for data. We do not need to do that. So for every sector, you identify the data that you need for your study. Based on that, start listing down the different departments that the data is available with. And cities are complex structures. We work with more than 4,000 urban agglomerations across India, and we know, especially in smaller cities, a lot of data is available with very
distinct departments. Say, for example, I was talking about the ecosystems. So the groundwater is available not with the municipal corporation, but with the groundwater board. So that's a different department. Some of the data that I'm looking for, maybe the cooling heat island effect or something, if I want to calculate it, I do not have the direct answers for it. What I can do is I can look at spatial imagery. So there are a lot of online tools available based on which you can clearly download data. You can clearly download Landsat images. They are helping you. All the data analysis that I showed you, the maps that were generated, they were generated by our GIS experts in-house only using open free to use softwares. I'll be happy to share any links for any online softwares or any data sources that my GIS team uses, but it's always available. The third thing is, how do you translate it into a usable format? So we are doing this work right now on integrated urban water management, wherein we are looking at all layers of water related data, putting it together in the form of a dashboard, and 1 month from now it should be ready to be launched, and I'll be happy to share the dashboard with Dr. Karthik as well. You should all have a look at it. It's all data available with the municipal corporation or other departments, but we had to convert it into a usable format. Say, for example, I did not have direct locations of flooding hotspots. Where do I find flooding hotspots? Any idea? Anyone? भुवन, ओके, भुवन देता है फ्लडिंग हॉटस्पॉट्स वैसे? भुवन काफी डेटा देता है बट फ्लडिंग हॉटस्पॉट्स भुवन से मत लेना प्लीज, बट भुवन काफी डेटा देता है. एनी आइडिया? हाँ, एग्जैक्टली. एवरी नाउ एंड देन फ्लडिंग की सिचुएशन आती है, अखबार में इस कॉलोनी में आ गया, उस कॉलोनी में आ गया. City's fire department, Gwalior City's fire department had this data. They are being called for flood pumping and measures and all. Municipal corporation में once in a while होता है, but there are, you ask the corporation about where it's available. Now, is it genuine? Is it usable? It might not be. What you need to do is just go and validate it. Sit with an official, make him understand, take him through the list, map it. You will have to do the effort a little. You will have to like probably point those marks on the map based on all the locations that you get. Sit with an official, validate it. Go on the site, like ask people. यहाँ पर हमने ये किया है भुवनेश्वर में, वो जो मैं NBS के flooding hotspots दिखा रही थी, हमने जाके लोगों से पूछा, they told us कि इधर flooding होता है, उधर flooding होता है. It's just that how do you translate all of that data into usable format to something? And the most importantly, like Bhuvan, there are many other online tools which give you hydrology, micro watersheds, land use, land cover. ये सब कुछ तो जो आपकी बेसिक चीजें है प्लानिंग की, वो सब मिल जाती है. zoomed in लेवल पे अगर आपको देखना है तो आपको थोड़ा डिटेल्ड सर्विस कराने पड़ेंगे कुछ एक्सटेंट में. You will have to get those done, but otherwise data is always available in some format or the other. Make sense? I'll be happy to share if you have any specific data requirements. I can check with my GIS team and let you know where you would get that specific data and how we are using it, because we work a lot with data. So you can connect with me through Dr. Karthik and I'll be happy to share those links.
Thank you, Architect Nikita. We'll move on to the next question. Okay, next question is, let's take one. Is it necessary to maintain colonial legacy to the extent where it affects the ecological aspects of Pondicherry? Is there any specific ecological aspect you're talking about? Eco group? Which is eco group? Any specific ecological aspect?
At the current context, like there are so many changes we are facing, so many adaptations we are going through, but still we are holding to a thing which was formed many years ago.
So what our question is like, is it important to hold on to that legacy, or is it better if we adapt to the current needs and the changes?
If you have a better legacy to hold on to, I will suggest you move. Um, French were a part of our colonial legacy, and there is no changing that. So let's embrace it. The question is how we approach it. And this morning, when I was, if by any chance my presentation has triggered this question, this morning when I was talking about that, it's about our mindset with which we approach. Okay. For example, let me give example. Exams easier to understand. When we talk about tourism, the Pondicherry tourism focuses so much on the French town and all that, but when Asisa was making his presentation, there is a very, very important category of tourism called as spiritual tourism. And in that spiritual tourism, most of it is based on the vernacular culture of the land. Now, why isn't the tourism department promoting that? It was my question. Not why we have to hold on to the French. They were good people. There's nothing wrong to not holding on. There is so much of vernacular cultural heritage and tradition which needs to be promoted along with tourism. And pilgrimage is one of the the primary form of tourism for the Indian populace, isn't it? Out of the 10 trips that we make in our family, how many trips are to as pilgrimages? So why not that? And there are so many very, very important pilgrimage spots in Pondicherry, which can actually, I would say, the tourism department doesn't do anything. So it will remain as at least pristine spots. But then those are very important. Most of these pilgrimage spots don't have adequate infrastructure. They do not have social infrastructure. Nobody's bothering about them, but they still keep happening. So that is what I was talking about, our biased, perspective. Not that we are all anti-colonial. Colonialism is a part of our history. No changing that. But then how we move on from that is the question. For example, this Masimagam festival, it's the only kind of festival in the whole of India, in the whole of the world, where the gods and the goddesses come out of their territory and array, as like a huge exhibition. It doesn't happen anywhere else. And it's a very important and significant festival for the local populace and for the entire region around. There's so much of floating population that comes there for it. But you go and look at, there is not a single infrastructure to address that. So I think we are just talking about that shift in perspective, right?
Also that legacy, why should the legacy continue? It need not. So there is some uniqueness to the legacy. Recently, I saw a Sri Lankan Airlines ad. They had, hope someone has seen it in YouTube. So they had actually taken Ramayana into Sri Lanka, and they are saying this is where Sita stepped in. This is where Sita was caved. This is where Ravana was killed. All those things. They are showing all their spaces, taking Ramayana, but actually they should offend Ramayana, no? Because their king was killed. But they took it in the other perspective, and they are trying to sell their Sri Lankan Airlines. They are having some trip called Ramayana Trail. Now, if you are booking on Ramayana Trail, it's 50% slash rates. Sri Lankan Airlines. Okay, already it is 5,000 only. So I don't know how much they are going to earn. And likewise, there is a certain legacy. Like this is one place where the Western and Eastern cultures are amalgamated to create something they're fused together in a very silent or very settled manner. Otherwise, British we were fighting, Danes we were fighting, Portuguese we were massacring. But French we were friendly. So if you see the old town, mostly like 90% is Hindus, but they will write their name in the French alphabet. For example, if you write Ramasamy, Ramasamy, they will write Ramausou. It's like a French accent they'll write. So they are happy to be French. So they loved that. So that is the reason we are taking it forward. There's not any other reason. Like, for example, we will not take forward like someone come and capturing us, killing us, and all. So it's a fondful memory they want to take it up.
Question answer. Okay, the last question of our session from the MLA team. Okay. Pondicherry Botanical Garden was established by the French in 1826. You have observed all the presentations very well. Have you addressed a study? Very, very nice question. Because they also, their sub question is green cover slash green space transformation over the years and its influence. Very important when we're talking about the ecological footprint and CO2, reduction. This is a very valid question. The UD department. But let me just give, my fond memories of the botanical garden. Probably they didn't look into it because it's out of the boulevard, just adjacent to the boulevard, but it's very important. It's very important for two reasons. It's a huge biological reserve, some very rare flora, and they have a very systematic, classification and done on it. So it was actually no, it's just shut down now, but it's open generally. And when I was a kid, okay, I remember when I was 10 years old, inside the botanical garden we had what is called Bal Bhavan. In those days, every state used to have what is called as a Bal Bhavan. Means child, Bhavan means hall. So children's community hall, and that's a community space where children will. We used to have weekly activities, competitions. So can you understand the community that grows in something like this? The social bonding that happens, the quality of life and the well-being of the community and the children. I have very beautiful memories. We used to nothing, just play and learn. All this was there. Well, as with every other thing, this also got transformed because it doesn't generate much revenue for you, right? I think it's a very valid question because the governments should stop looking at everything as revenue generation. It's high time the government mindset changed. See, the government is supposed to take care of its citizens. The citizen doesn't have to all the time keep paying the government for every service. We are as such paying one of the highest GSTs and SSTs in the world. Okay, an average Indian citizen, employed citizen, pays nearly 30% to 40% of their salary as taxes, which is equal to the one that the citizen of UK pays. But what the UK citizen receives is different from what we receive. I hope this will not go on the public platform. Okay, please edit all this. But I'm being very serious because you're all the next generation, the decision making generation. You should understand statistics very clearly. So when we are talking about the botanical garden, yes, it's very important, but you should understand that if you have read your UDPFI guidelines, when you're talking about green cover, one botanical garden is not sufficient for a population of 12 lakhs. So we have something called as a hierarchy of green spaces. You remember UDPFI guidelines? For a small neighborhood, you have 0.25 to 0.5 acre. And then for collective neighborhoods, you have 1 acre. And then collective, district level, you will have 2.5 to 5 acre. That's how the hierarchy of open spaces works. Now, this needs to be implemented. Because if I'm living in a colony, I need to just take a walk out. I should be able to do it in 5 minutes to 10 minutes. That's how the UDPFI guidelines is set. And if we started doing that, you will understand the green cover transformation and how much has changed. There is a very, very bogus bylaw in our country called as the OSR. Anyone knows what is the OSR? Right. Whenever you have a large project, the client is required to give 10% of it as OSR. Somebody should do a very scientific research on what is the status of OSRs that have been handed in the last 1 decade since the bylaw has come into picture. Most of these have been taken over because I told you, like my colony where I reside, I used to have a small park inside and I learned cycling in that park. But today that park has been converted into a transformer unit. So our entire colony's transformer, unit sits there. Why? because the government lacks perspective. It's not bothered about the well-being of the citizens. So at least when you come into policy guidelines, you must, look at all these. So what I'm trying to tell you here is green car, green space transformation is very, very important when you look at from the well-being aspect of people. So this must definitely be covered in your study. Okay?
Small point. I'll just add one small line to it actually. These ecosystems are not governed or defined by your administrative boundaries. They have a far reaching influence. You might want to say that this ecosystem is outside my boundary, but even outside your boundary, it's having a lot of influence within your entire region. The ecosystem needs to be looked at in terms of all its services. Now that you have that ecosystem, had we not had those ecosystems in our vicinity in Delhi, हमारी जितनी सांस आ रही है उतनी भी नहीं आती. They have a good impact in terms of the pollution, in terms of the entire biodiversity. The species would not say this is outside my boundary, so I'm not going there, I'm not crossing there. So you need to look at regional linkages in every context, not just this thing. You need to look at the entire watershed. It will not be defined by your side boundary. Your watershed boundary will obviously go beyond that. So you need to move a little outside your boundary to look at the regional setting and regional context as well. Yeah. So, in given the time limitation, I did not go into the detail of it, but what it exactly is, it is so for every campus or for every area, spatial area, a bounded area, any building with its surrounding areas, we are calculating the amount of hardscape and the softscape. So, in the master plan, the draft master plan, we've given the categories and their scoring. For each of the categories, we've given their scoring. Say, for example, a green roof has an impact factor of 0.1. Maybe a water body within the site is having an impact factor of 0.5. Those have been very carefully designed based on a scientific process called analytical hierarchy process, AHP, based on their importance. I'll share the details with you. It's there in the master plan document. I'll be happy to share that with you. And we also have a presentation, a detailed presentation on that. But how we calculate it is for the entire campus, we list down what all services or what all facilities are there within that area, multiply it by their individual factors, calculate the total figure which comes out. There's a simple formula to calculate it. The number of or area of that use multiplied by its factor, and then it gives us the final index scoring. And based on that, we are recommending, it's a recommendation in the master plan, that Delhi decides based on that what kind of incentive can be given. So we have not mandated any specific incentive, but we've recommended that based on this factor, you give certain incentive, which DDA or the bylaw agency decides. We haven't decided. I'll share the document with you. You'll have to connect with me through Dr. Karthik. I'll share the document.
Right. So we're wrapping up our question answer session. These, the question papers are left with Professor Karthik, and you should actually continue this exercise tomorrow into your studio. You should all take each other's question and you should. I know. But that's the most important, questioning is the only thing that can lead to analysis. You ask what is the bridge between data and analysis? Questioning. You question, your data gets converted into an answer. If you don't question, your data remains as data. So you just need to convert your raw data into inferences. Okay? So
we were asking about botanical gardens and all. So unfortunately in India, not just in India, but we are bound by these regulations about this open space standards and all, like what Professor Lakshmi was telling, required space in any project. They say 10% you have to leave open space and all. So, but then, in cities, that 10% open space, is it really accessible or not? Is the point. When we went to Pondicherry, we saw that the botanical garden was not accessible. It was shut for some reason. It was not open to public. So when we were within that boulevard area, we had no clue that there is such huge park just beside the boulevard town. It can actually act as a breathing space for the entire population. So it's also important for us to make these open spaces, which are supposed to be in that hierarchy, neighborhood parks or tot lots or city level parks, all these open spaces which come under this 10% or let's say 15%, whatever, should be accessible to the people. That's when the cities can breathe. Otherwise, there's no point having some open space in the corner of the city which is used as a dump yard, right? Not serving any purpose. So that's a, uh, that's it. I think we can conclude the session, and thank you so much, Professor Lakshmi. Thank you, Architect Ase Tambi and Miss Nikita Madan. It was wonderful having you all in that session. And thank you all the MUD students and landscape students for making this workshop successful. Uh, you can all join for tea and snacks now. You can chit chat over there and then have a group pic. And all the participants will be given certificates on Monday or whenever it is ready. Thank you.
Thank you, guys. Have a wonderful proposal session. Enjoy. And good luck to all.
Just 1 minute. On behalf of the Department of Architecture